Oh well, that works anyway. Frank is with the Indigenous Leadership Initiative from British Columbia, and I'll let him kind of introduce himself a bit more and go give an overview of the work they're doing there.
Yohimas, Waiumaks, Pawani Sasam, Háw'aa, Gunalchéesh, Gayasata, Nugwa, Glagliasila, the Hilta, Bokwe Estate from Bella. Greetings. I would like to thank the leadership from Southeast Alaska for the invitation to share our lived experience down in the Central Coast. My English name is Frank Brown. I'm a Hilta from Bella in the Central Coast of what is now referred to as British Columbia. Where did the mouse go? I just wanted to, can everybody hear me okay? Okay. I just wanted to set a context about our relationships of reciprocity. It goes back through the millennia. And as an example, we have our head chief from Bella, Woyala. His wife was a Tlingit woman from Southeast Alaska. He had to find somebody of equal standing to him, and that connection came up here. We also have another story of two names that came down to Bella from the Tlingits, Gait and Gumdamach. And Gait is the head chief of the Bokwe tribe, the Comwater people. And as the story goes, that our ancestor was captured and taken north and then traded up to the Tlingits. And the Tlingit chief in that day, they developed a good relationship, and he endeared himself to the leader up here, and eventually was released. And when he was released, he received two names, that Gait and Gumdamach, and it was through he was already a descendant of a chiefly family, and because of that, he was able to go back into the community. He got the rights to the Chilkat blanket, which we know originates amongst the Cochimchian, and it came to the Tlingits. And there was those are examples of this incredibly ancient relationship that we have. Another context piece is at the time when we were all going through our major political, social, and economic transition. The Alaska Native Brotherhood was established in Sitka, and leaders from the BC coast came up and formed the Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood of British Columbia. And the work that they were doing was advocating for both social justice and equity around work, because it was quite discriminatory and racist against not only Native people, but people of Asian descent and basically people of color. And so these leaders went back. One was a Haida man, went back to British Columbia, and they set up the Native Brotherhood to do that advocacy work on behalf of the coastal Native peoples. And so ideas are powerful. And the ideas have gone back and forth between our respective peoples for millennia. You know, innovation and culture and politics and commerce and trade that far predates Canada or the United States. And so the Native Brotherhood of British Columbia was the model that was used to establish the Native Indian Brotherhood of Canada, which became the Assembly of First Nations, the National Indian Organization. And so, which the concept originated here. I think that was a big part of our relationships. We have a responsibility to share. It's one of the core values in the paper that we wrote during the International Year of Biodiversity. There was knowledge keepers from Háw'aa, Kwakwaka'wakw, and Haida. They were versed in both, they were students of their culture, and they were educated in Western methods and methodologies. And I asked the question, are there core values or fundamental truths that we have? And they said, well, absolutely. And I said, well, if there are, then what are they? And he said, they came up after many cups of tea. There's 3 beautiful women, elder women, that we went through, started out with 15 truths, and it came down to 7. And at that time, I was an advisor appointed by the First Nations Leadership Council to Biodiversity BC. And I said, I'm going to be sitting in a room full of scientists, 40 scientists. And of course, as was mentioned yesterday, Western science is reductionist, breaks it all down into its basic elements. And how are we going to validate our truths? And the response back was, we're going to use our language, our practices, stories, and maps to validate our truths. Because these are ancient, that's an ancient framework. Up here, you'll see the link to it. The document is at biodiversitybc.org, and we open source that. And it's, I think it's a couple of 100 pages. So it's a resource. That's what I want to do, is be a resource person to share some information, because this coastal First Nations fundamental truths regarding biodiversity, stewardship, and sustainability, a long-winded title, is really about our values and ethics and what are the things that sustained us all throughout our long history on the coast. And that is the context and the very essence and foundation of the work that we have before us in fulfilling our responsibility as the first peoples of this land, as the original stewards of this land. And so we have to be able to look back to be able to move forward. This question about transboundary was brought up. I was attended a couple of the transboundary meetings with one of your elected leaders from the Tlingit Haida here. Good to see you again, brother. And in reality, these are constructs by nation states that were basically imposed upon us. And our relationships are far older and have proven to be more sustainable over time. And so one of the things that we have done is begun to renew and decolonize our relationships to understand our history and our culture and our common history, our laws, our ceremonies. And that's all based on the land and the sea and the resources that sustain us. Our common history are the canoes and the big houses and the culture that comes from that. Those are the keystone elements of who we are as Indigenous place-based people from the North Pacific. We recently opened an exhibition. You can check it out at Science World in Vancouver. It's online as well. And basically, we wanted to be able to share the story of this great culture from the Pacific Northwest coast and our intimate relationship with our environment through the ocean-going canoe. And that's one of the common threads in our big houses. And the thing about both the big houses and the canoes, it takes more than one or two people to move them. It takes a community to fill the house. It takes a community to move these canoes. I had the privilege of meeting with your leadership. I'm not sure the exact term, the scholars. What is that? When we had lunch with them, the traditional scholars for your organization. Alaska Heritage. And we talked about that common history. So that's the context in which I want to share with you today. And I'm going to take you on a little journey about guardians inside of our Gilwa, inside of our canoe. We're going to travel nationally in Canada. We're going to look at the BC campaign. We're going to look at regionally from the coastal First Nations perspective. And then we're going to go down locally right to my own community of Bella Bella. The frame in which I'm going to share, we're going to start broad and we're going to go down and down and down and down, right down to the community level and the application of guardians at the community level. And we'll explore a number of different themes. And I want to share, and whatever is relevant and meaningful, please feel free to use. What isn't, just discard, and that's a part of our long-standing relationship. And so I'll begin. I think I left my water. Go grab my water. Who are the ILI, or who is the ILI? The Indigenous Leadership Initiative. It's a network of Indigenous leaders from across the country, basically dedicated to advancing the role of Indigenous nations in deciding the future of their traditional territories. We're an Indigenous-led organization. Senior advisors have decades of experience in land and Indigenous leadership, governance, provincial governments, federal government. One of our members has been in federal cabinet, national commissions, and international development. Over the years, we've partnered with many First Nations and leaders. We provide technical support. We support land use planning, also known as land relationship planning, Indigenous guardian programs, and Indigenous protected and conserved areas. So we've got leadership. Some of you might recognize some of these people. We've got Miles Richardson, who is president for the Council of the Haida Nation. Ethel Blondin Andrew, who is a parliamentarian, and leadership from coast to coast to coast across Canada. A good friend of mine, I refer to him as an intellectual giant, Dave Porter. He's a Casca Dene, brilliant man. The ILI has been leading the advocacy of a national level advancement of Indigenous-led conservation and stewardship. So we're also advocating for an investment from the government of Canada. And it's been going quite well. We're currently launching the National Indigenous Guardian Network. Got a couple of $1 million to do that work. We lobbied Canada to. And this is our technical team, including lawyers and foresters and policy analysts and ecologists, amongst many other. The International Boreal Conservation Campaign has been a major partner of the ILI, amongst others. Ducks Unlimited Incorporated, Ducks Unlimited Canada, the Pew Charitable Trusts, the Resource Legacy Fund, Center for Northern Conservation, and Boreal Songbirds Initiatives, to name a few. The campaign works directly with dozens of First Nations, collaborates with other Indigenous environmental NGOs and organizations and individuals. So what we've been doing in BC in the last couple of years is the Coastal First Nations has been advancing the Guardian programs. There's other community programs like the Tahltan and Casca, Haida, Háw'aa. There's Indigenous protected and conserved areas that are established in these various locations throughout the province. We met with over 60 First Nations in BC, their leadership and organizations, and the outcome was this discussion guide. Good for the land, good for the people, and good for the economy, making the case for Indigenous protected and conserved areas and guardians in BC. And basically what we're hoping to do is, and we've met with the Premier of BC a couple of times. He's supportive in principle, but we also need provincial cabinet on side as well to advance this work, so that we are doing the political work, the fundraising work, and of course supporting the communities to advance their interests. So just as I am unfamiliar with your political and social organization, you're probably not familiar, but in British Columbia we have the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, the First Nations Summit, and the Assembly of First Nations. And we've received resolutions from all three organizations that represent the 200 First Nations in BC. So we've got a mandate from the Assembly of First Nations nationally to partner to advance both IPCAs and the Guardian program. So this book is excellent. New Channel lawyer wrote this, held the pen for the project. I would highly recommend it if you're interested in knowing more. It's online, it's open source, it's another resource, and it will outline making the case for guardians. So please feel free to check it out, and it's January 2022 is its publication date. And prior to that, in 2018, we had our leadership across the country gather, and they put this publication together on how to move forward with Indigenous protected and conserved areas. So who are the leaders in British Columbia, and why I bring this up is they're the most similar and closest to you in Alaska. So I think it makes a lot of sense from a cultural, historic perspective, and we have more in common than not in common as Indigenous place-based people. We had our first gathering of Guardian programs in 2014, and basically we wanted to pursue the creation of a national Guardian network, pursue further funding for Guardians from the federal government, and also support the creation of professional opportunities. So to that end, We've been advocating nationally for this funding since 2016. The programs have grown from 30 Guardian programs to 100. And that was achieved through the $25 million Guardian National Pilot Program. And we set up a joint working group with Canada to basically deploy that money into First Nations communities. The history of Guardians goes back to the 90s. There were fisheries guardians, there's different project funding. Sounds quite similar to here, you know, tapping into different pots of money here and there until at the 2017, $25 million investment for a pilot. 2021, we secured a commitment of $173 million from Environment and Climate Change Canada and Parks Canada to advance Guardians and IPCAs. So you can see how we laid the path, growing it out over time and until we move forward. So I could see this happening in a similar way. There's an appetite and interest here. It could grow out exponentially. So Environment and Climate Change Canada is the leading program. We're basically moving forward with the joint working group, as I mentioned, with 4 federal reps and 8 Indigenous members that were appointed by the Guardians themselves when we had an Indigenous Guardian Program national conference, and we took the mandate from the Guardian programs. This is not an imposition. We serve the communities. It's their program and their process, and they set priorities on both funding, and we work with Canada and allocating that initial 25 million. And then in the budget in 2021, we, as I mentioned, secured $2.5 million to establish the National Guardian Network for between 2021 and 2023, and that's happening now. We've appointed this Guardian board that was, well, not with high-profile leaders from across Canada to advance this work, because they have the moral authority as both traditional and elected leaders across the country. The joint working group is continuing till 2023. Our goal is to have Indigenous decision-making on investments to ensure a maximum impact for efficiency and the return on investment, because we're going to go back and get more money. And so in order to do that, to make sure that we're showing results. The Indigenous, this is a part of a paper that I worked on in 2019, Indigenous Guardian Network Development and a Training Discussion paper that's also available. And we were thinking about this idea of regional networks under the National Indigenous Guardian Network with communities, or thematic networks, like there's issues related to mining. There could be issues related to fisheries. It depends on where the priorities and interests of the community are. Where this commitment from Canada comes from is the grave concern that affects all of us: climate change and biodiversity loss. And as Native people, we have been witness to the boom and bust of the decline of the natural resources within our respective territories, and it's not sustainable. We have to do something different. And so Canada has recognized that, and they have said that they're going to support Indigenous-led conservation right from the highest political leader, the Prime Minister, and also from the Minister of the Environment. Currently, there's a conservation goal of 25% by 2025, and of course, 30% by 2030 with the High Ambition Coalition, and setting aside 2 billion trees, planting 2 billion trees to basically sequester carbon. We're involved with the Nature Smart Climate Solutions Fund, a $630 million fund. The First Nations portion is supported by the Joint Working Group and the Agricultural Climate Solutions $185 million fund in Canada, and we'll also be tapping into those resources. This is a statement from the Minister of the Environment. In Canada, we're bilingual, French and Canadian, and so the Minister Guilbeault is a French Canadian from Quebec, and he states there's no future when it comes to conservation where the federal government is involved and Indigenous people aren't involved from the get-go. So there's a pretty clear mandate that this isn't going to move without the Native people involved in this process. Full stop. Canada is committed to implementing UNDRIP, the rights of Indigenous people. So now I'm going to take us down to the more of a local context. You've got the national perspective to go into the regional and local perspective. So my community posted a position for an integrated resource, a director for our integrated resource management office. I applied and got the job. And I also worked as the director of land and marine stewardship for coastal First Nations on the Central Coast, North Coast, and Haida Gwaii. And there we have core funding for the Integrated Resource Management Office. It's a $120 million development fund, $60 million for economic development, which we've drawn down on, and $60 million for stewardship. And it's in a trust, it's inflation proof, and it's interest only. So those funds will exist in perpetuity to support stewardship of for our nations, member nations. I think it's a very similar situation as it is here in Southeast Alaska. We also own the Great Bear Carbon Credit Corporation, which is the largest carbon credit corporation, carbon credit cap and trade enterprise in the world. So we've set aside 85% of the land base, and it's been zoned under our land use plans for non-timber forest products, carbon credit, and ecotourism. And we've also been involved with marine use planning for the last 10 years. So we've done all of the planning for this. So maybe we could just, I've been talking for quite a while now, so maybe we could just share a couple of Guardian videos to break it up a little bit here, so you could see it in operation. There's nothing like seeing it. Marco, please.
Alec Williams. I work with a new called Guardian Management. Guardians make sure salmon aren't being harvested. The eyes and ears of the land.
Pacific salmon populations have drastically declined from climate change and other human activities. Guardians support the sustainability of this precious resource.
We come out here and do a full count of commercial fisheries.
The commercial fishers know that we're present, and so we hope that we influence how they behave in our waters.
Salmon are an important biological indicator for the health of the ecosystem. In 2020, a record low number of sockeye salmon returned to the Fraser River system, including New Hope territory on the Central Coast.
DFO, or Department of Fisheries Ocean, has the full authority for commercial fishing. However, in our case, we haven't had any fish officers. So there is no one to enforce their own rules. And to me, that's all the more reason why the guardian should be utilized.
Healthy salmon population means I can get what I need to last my family during the winter, but it's getting tougher and tougher to get what we need.
Now that when I go to a creek that used to be full of fish, it's barely even full of any. So yeah, it's kind of scary.
We want to see more monitoring restrictions of how much people can take. But it starts with audience being out there.
I'm glad I'm a guardian because someone needs to look after the lands and their resources. Back when you could watch the fish go up the river, it was just so full you could always walk across them. You know, that's a healthy population.
We just recently formed a partnership with the DFO to try and help rebuild that stuff. And so we need to do more. Having a healthy salmon population is a healthy new hope. We've been fighting hard to keep it that way.
Watch you tee up another video. As he prepares to tee up this video, I was noticing that earlier in the week I heard this term "sass," and I went "sass." Geez, it made me think about one of my family members because I know it's an acronym. What is it? Sustainable Southeast Alaska Sustainable Strategy. But to my mind, it went to what one of my relatives talked about. Like he's kind of on a first name basis with Sasquatch. So he calls him Sass, and every time I see him, he's always telling me about Sass. God, so and so seeing Sass, and it's kind of got they got Sass up here too. This is not the video I was thinking, but we're gonna play it anyway. No, we'll just play this one. It's all good. What this is about is for 6 years we developed through my tribal council and delivered an ecotourism training program where up to 100 First Nations youth receive 37 transferable credits toward a tourism undergrad to support them as a way to give effect to building a conservation economy, like I was talking about before, how our land use designation is. And so we need the capacity to realize those opportunities. So that's just a setup for this little video we get.
This program, if it improves one being, imagine what this program can do for a community and what this can do, that community can do for a nation. This program is a stepping stone to allow us to start protecting our traditional territories and our rights. Everything I've learned so far, I find it very meaningful, and it will impact my life and in some cases other people's lives as well too.
I got the amazing opportunity to be a part of the Aboriginal ecotourism program training, and you know, it's just been a blessing in my life. I didn't know what I was getting into to start with, and really just where my life was going. I had purpose, but this just gave my life a whole other level of purpose, you know, and something to actually work towards, something that's been lacking in my life for a long time. Everything just feels so right now, you know, and from the bottom of my heart, it really does. I'm so lucky, so grateful, so happy to be here.
After the first class, I felt pretty humbled knowing that it's going to give me plenty of skills, and the fact that I'm making new family with these people that are in the class with me. Being in this program has unveiled a passion about ecotourism, and being a young individual in my hometown and seeing where being in this program could really help and shine a lot of light on opportunities for other young youth in the community. In the field, you go to communities where there's Indigenous tourism and where you have the opportunity to see businesses and Indigenous run businesses. So it's delivered in 9 months, and each month you're away from 8 to 10 days, with the exception of the internship accomplished during the May to September, you'll do your internship. So aside from that, each month you go away from 8 to 10 days in the field. Kind of makes you feel accomplished to be able to be in the field and experience everything we experience and still complete everything. Our courses are condensed, and it's can be tough at times, but it's totally worth it. And definitely a feeling of accomplishment at the end of the week when you know what you've accomplished and what you've done.
It's been a great opportunity to build more confidence in myself, more of the understanding of the tourism, the Indigenous tourism sector. And going through this program has inspired me to really to work with my people. I want to go back and work with my people and enhance our tourism industry, and being surrounded by people with the same view of that we want to grow and also give back and go back home and work with our people is very empowering and very moving.
I couldn't stress enough the importance of this for someone compared to before and now, how I was and how I am now, and just growing as a person, being able to talk like this. Everything is, in all aspects of my life, is me growing, learning about where I'm living right now, you know, the industry, and it's just taken me, it's putting me on a whole other level of being, like knowing where I am and whose territory I'm in and the people I'm meeting. It's done a whole lot of good for me, and I couldn't ask for more.
Everybody doing okay? We'll just carry on with the slideshow then. So as I mentioned, I was involved in establishing our Hilfsach Integrated Resource Management Department. And basically, the guardians are housed in this department, an integrated resource management office for the nation, to gather the data through the Guardian program. It's our own approach to stewardship, to make decisions regarding the lands and the waters and the resources within our territory. And that is something that we have rolled out now in all of our member communities, the coastal First Nations in the Central Coast, North Coast, and Haida. So we were the first one out of the gate, took it off the drawing board, and now there's integrated resource management offices in all of our communities, and we're doing government to government agreements, and we've done land use planning and marine use planning. So we have built our institutional capacity to engage through this work, and it's taken 20 years. You know, it hasn't been easy. It's been very challenging, but it was the vision of our leadership from this region, because what we basically seen was all of the resources being extracted out of our territories and us not benefiting. And we said, we got to do better. And looking at a more a conservation-based development approach, because just watching the boom and bust goes like that and drops off, you know, salmon, herring, timber, all of the resources, and by the time we get a piece of the action, it's just a tiny little sliver. I don't know about, like, as an example, with forestry, the unit of measurement is per cubic meter. I think it's 4 feet up here, but by the time you pay your your engineers, your road builders, your stump to dump contractors. There's only a sliver of money that actually will go into the communities, and that was just unacceptable to us. You know, hundreds of millions of dollars in resources being taken out and little to no benefits being derived by our people. And so we stopped that. And I was the chair of our Economic Development Corporation at one time. We still own, have 1 million cubic meters of timber under license, and the working forest is a sliver of what it used to be. And we've moved ourselves in a different direction to take a more sustainable approach that's more in line with our traditional values. So this is when the canoes arrived in Bella Bella, and up there is the mission statement, uniting people of the big houses, potlatches, and canoe, affirming our relationship to the land and sea, and upholding our ancestral laws. So after working at the regional level, I went back home and Bella Bella and coordinated the tribal canoe journeys. And I had to kind of clear my head a little bit. Actually, just put this slide together last night, and where I came up with this is a metaphor of a decision tree. And the way I observe, without getting mired down in technical parts of it, because you know, I listened the last few days, and there's a lot of technical people here, a lot of technicians here that do the work, do the heavy lifting for the tribes. And but where I landed, and it's just, you know, I mean, yeah, I'm confident to be able to sort of provide strategic leadership as we navigate through that. But where I landed was I didn't feel like I really understood. I was trying to clear my head. So this metaphor of the decision tree, and what really happens is proponents, timber companies, fish companies, energy and mining companies, whatever, are coveting something off of Indigenous land, and they want something from us. And what is our capacity to assess the impacts and the benefits to our people? And that's why we built these institutions, these integrated resource management offices, to do the due diligence for us. And if it complies to both our land use plans, marine use plans, and complies to ecosystem-based management, we can have a conversation. And in that way, leadership's not mired down in that. That's the filter. And then it gets bumped up to leadership, elected and hereditary, to make informed decisions. So this is kind of right in line with UNDRIP, the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, around free, prior, and informed consent. So we created this mechanism to do the work, and the guardians are the eyes and the ears on the land to kind of gather the data. We have the Coast Tracker. This is our new big house in Bella Bella. We just opened it for COVID. And sure glad. I haven't traveled in 2.5 years. Only other place I was in Haida. We went to the pole raising right on. And so I haven't been traveling and just been working real close to home. Those little guardian videos, we just did them with our neighboring villages because we didn't want to go too far, because we were all freaked out by COVID, you know, fully vaccinated now, and probably as is most of us, I guess. But I wanted to speak to this word, ekila. Ekila in our language means to take care. And so it has to be grounded in our own identity as First Peoples. And in that paper, I basically looked at the 20-year history of the evolution of what I just shared with the coastal First Nations and the what is referred to as conservation work and guardian work across the coast. These are the chapter headings, the bullets, the cultural context, the early Indigenous-led conservation in the region, asserting our rights and title and reclaiming responsibilities, the turning points, the rise of coastal First Nations, our various agreements, building the conservation economy and planning for abundance, building wealth. We were a wealthy, wealthy people. We are a wealthy, wealthy people with all the incredible resources that we have access to. Nationalizing and internationalizing the local and addressing, looking at the, again, the issues of climate change and biodiversity loss and building resiliency so that we can continue to move forward into the next millennia. The paradigm shift to Indigenous-led conservation rooted in UNDRIP, the rights of Indigenous people, and how we're going to continue to move forward. So this is also a publication. It hasn't come out yet, but it will in short order. And I'm happy through the ILI resourced this time to do the thinking and to do the writing, and that will be available in short order. I think it would be like a 40-page document that you can use as a reference for your future reference if you think it has any value. There's inside of our big house. This was the opening of the big house. So this is a vision statement that came directly from the Guardians. As Indigenous people, we govern our territories and safeguard the health of our ecosystems. We are the guardians and watchmen of our territories. We are men and women carrying forward the work of our ancestors to manage and respect our lands and waters informed by our traditional laws to ensure a vibrant future for the generations to come. So that's comes directly from them. Maybe we'll put another video on if we could. That herring video, I think that'll people be able to relate to that. So I'm a herring rowan kelp fisher as well. Marco's teed it up. Our community harvests and sells 200,000 pounds of herring rowan kelp into the Hokkaido region of Japan. We're the largest single producer of herring rowan kelp in the world. And how that came about was two of our members, Don and Bill Gladstone, were busted for black marketeering, selling this food illegally. It took them 9 years and $900,000, but the Supreme Court of Canada vindicated that prior to BC joining Canadian Confederation, our people were harvesting and selling herring rowan kelp, and that we have commerce and trade. Well, we know that. It just affirmed what we have always known and what we have always practiced. And there was shaming and making our people feel like they're doing something illegal, and this is what we have always done. We have always been traders. We have always had economies. And so this imposition by foreign governments we pushed back and we won. And so this is, I think, one of the only commercial fishing rights. It's pretty specific of its kind under Section 35(1) of the Canadian Constitution, the inherent right to self-determination. This feeds 600 of our community members that get licenses to do this work. It's a major employer. Our salmon is in trouble. We have a 50,000 square foot fish plant. And if we didn't have this herring roe fishery, we would be in huge, huge trouble. So we're looking to expand and diversify to find other markets because we want to work. We want to continue to be out on the water and have a livelihood and create that space to do that. And it's shameful that we can't have our young people and our children on the boats and learning the way we learned in our generation. And we need to continue to hold them up so that they can be who they are. Anyway, sorry.
I mean, we're still doing the same thing as our ancestors did before contact. It was a staple food for us. We're still going to harvest during when they really start spawning, you'll see like the milky areas around little nooks and crannies of the beaches. So that's when you know that it's time to go. My name is Josh Vickers. That's my government name. My name in Paul actually is Háw'aa. That's what connects me to a lot of the places in our territory. I'm a coastal guardian watchman of the Healthsick Nation. I think we're a good presence out here in the water and the land because we're out here to help people if they need help, if you need a tow, if you need gas, if you want to know where to harvest or whatever, then usually, you know, we can provide you with those answers because it enables us to just help out with herring population. I think it's a very vital time of the year, like in terms of like the herring resurgence. They used to harvest branches and the IGAP, stringy kelp. And a lot of our people drop it, so a lot of those eggs help out the population. Flat kelp thing is very new, more of a commercial food fishery. That's what round kelp is to me. It's resurgence, and it's one of the beginning parts of Bakwila season. Bakwila is important because it's intertwined with our family values. It's what we learn growing up, learning how to take care of our family, whether it be children, elders. Bridges into our songs, our dances, it intertwines with everything.
Well, Marco's teed it up again. You notice there's water guardians. So we've got, we're doing a series with Canada Indigenous water guardian stories. And we just took 2 or 3 from the Pacific Northwest coast, but the water guardians are across the country from coast to coast to coast and also in the river systems of Canada.
My name is Alec Willie.
So, yeah. I'll just need to go on to the PowerPoint if that's okay. Thank you, Marco. Pardon? Okay. A little in brackets videos, real high tech, right? Can't seem to get this. Okay. No, I need that icon down. So as Guardian programs, we have more data through the Coast Tracker than the federal or provincial government. They just don't have it because they always claim poverty. We sent a delegation to Australia and the Aboriginal rangers over there. The government of Australia has made significant investments into Guardian and Ranger programs in the tune of like a nonpartisan, no matter who's in government, in a tune of $400 million investments into Guardians. And we looked at their data collecting systems and we set up our own, modeled it after their system, a Coast Tracker. And so we're collecting an incredible amount of data. So that's powerful for informing our negotiations. I did mention the Directors Network and also wanted to comment on traditional ecological knowledge and science. You know, what our people know is science. not just Western science, but our Indigenous science. You know, we looked at that herring video. The scientists take a little bit of data and they extrapolate out and they come up with management plans. And a lot of times they're off the mark. Most, it's terrible. And then we're the ones that have to live with the consequences of their mistakes. And so what happened for us was we had a herring biomass collapse, and we had to basically stop the seine fishery from coming into our territorial waters. And we basically said, we're upholding your law, which says there's a doctrine of priority, conservation, food, social, ceremonial, commercial, aboriginal, and then commercial, and then recreation. But what was happening was the commercial guys were always taking the first crack at it. And we said, you've lost the moral authority to manage the resource. And where we came to was a joint decision-making with Canada on herring. And so we've thrown down on some of these issues just to create the space so that we could be continue to be who we are as peoples. The Nuyum, or the stories are Gui laws, are our laws, and we say our laws come from our Luhui, from our place, and it's our source of power. And so it's a Indigenous worldview, it's a Hilltop worldview. We have our own laws, we have been decolonizing. The potlatch, our original system of governance, was banned for 60 years. We're beginning to reconstitute ourselves with our own systems of governance, as opposed to through the imposition by these other state and provincial governments. And that's kind of where it's going now anyways, is in the courts, they're saying that there is validity to our laws, because we've won over 200 Supreme Court decisions. And so it's informed and influenced exactly how we do that engagement. I think I've covered quite a few of these. I remember as an example on the science related to herring. We say when you see the moon tips over, that's when our people would, on a quarter moon, would go out to the herring grounds. That was one of our stories. Can somebody tell me why? Say that again. So when the moon is small, traditionally, pre-climate change, I guess, the herring would begin to make their way up the beach to lay their eggs. Why? That's it. So our people knew that over time, and science is basically observation, and over time they recognized that there is a higher survival rate when it's on a smaller tide because of the gravitational pull of the moon. No prize, pal. Yeah, got that. I got that. Oh. So where we're at now is looking at permanency for funding. ILI is working toward ensuring that all First Nations who want guardian programs or IPCAs are not only supported for establishing them, but also have ongoing management funding. The IPCA's dollars are mostly focused on 2021 to 2026. Burden is on the First Nations to negotiate specific management agreements once these IPCAs are established. There is international recognition of the value of Indigenous-led conservation. As an example, the $1.7 billion, that's with a B, pledged in support of Indigenous-led conservation. We're still unclear how these dollars will go directly to Indigenous place-based peoples. There is a concern from the First Nations communities and Indigenous communities of environmental colonialism. With the coastal First Nations, we basically had to push out the environmental group so that we would not have a filter when the money started to flow. We wanted the money to come directly to the First Nations so we could set priorities and not have them be the go-between between the funders. There's a commitment now for supporting Indigenous-led conservation. So how do we support that? And one of the things that I'm gonna do is I'm potlatching in Bella Bella, November 10th and 11th, and we want to bring together both the philanthropic community, the grantors, and the NGOs, and have a protocol agreement ratified in ceremony to basically have a way to hold these groups to account around the deployment of this money. Because it's one thing to say it, but it's another thing to do it. And how are we going to do that to ensure that money goes to our communities and our capacity is built, our institutions are supported, our people are employed, our people are trained, and the capacity building happens there. And so a part of the answer to that question is through integrated resource management programs, guardian programs, and IPCAs. That's our playbook. And I'm beginning to wind down on my presentation here. This relationships, my opening comments were about relationships of reciprocity. I shared what I knew about this old relationships, ancestral relationships. If you know of some to us or know people who know, then I would love to meet them so we could share. This beautiful Chilkat blanket was gifted to me by the knowledge keepers up here, and very much appreciated. And it's a part of that whole reciprocal relationship and exchange of ideas. And I hope that this has informed your thinking and there is some value to what I have shared as you begin to think about how you're going to move forward with your guardian initiative. This is only our lived experience, and every group has their own. You'll have your own process, but hopefully it will have some insight and can support the work that's before you. So I want to say thank you so much for listening, and prepared to entertain a few questions.
I think we have a couple of questions. We can start with Elizabeth right now.
I'm wondering if you can show that other herring row video.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that up?
Yeah.
It's short, yeah. It's cool.
I don't need a data feed. You want to help me do that?
While they're looking for that, maybe you can help me with this question. You guys have done so much great work into getting where you're at right now. And I feel, you know, for us, we're kind of in that infancy stage in the development of our network building. How long would you say it took you guys to get to where you're at right now? So you guys have been doing this since when did you start your guys' Guardians program?
We've always had Guardians programs. Our Guardians programs have been in our hearts We're not ahead of you. We're not ahead of you. We're just moving down a parallel path. We got different things going on. I sat here and listened to the work you guys are doing, and I'm impressed. I'd like to learn from you. There's lots of good information. We should figure out how we can create these exchanges. I'm excited about those possibilities. But our journey, I mean, Coastal First Nations has been in existence for 20 years. And it has evolved, and you know, this could happen in pretty quick time. I mean, if you got the resources and the will, you can make this happen pretty quickly. And there is a guardian coordinator for Coastal First Nations you could reach out to and then start to have some really specific focused conversations about what that looks like, because this is kind of the sizzle part of it. That's what I was saying earlier. You know, guardians are actually the sizzle, and the real meat of it is our stewardship capacity, broadly speaking, because they help to collect the data to get to informed decision making around resources.
I just wanted to say, Gunalchéesh, thank you for such an awesome presentation from beginning to end. So much history, so much role modeling there. And I just wanted to also comment to the tribal journeys. I did the tribal journeys in 2006. What an experience. And I've come to learn that Tribal Journeys is coming to Ketchikan in 2025, is what I heard. And so I'm really excited with that in regards to, now there's the vision, or there's the proof in the pudding of our trans boundaries right there. That's happening, and what a documentation that could be. Gunalchéesh again for your words and your visions.
I echo that. I'm Tlingit all the time. So right now, I just want to take a moment to encourage this movement for herring. I think we should follow their lead on what they did there, but also that relationship. I love that. And with the history that you share, I'm E.T. Cobb, the Eagle Nest, and also the with William Kanash in the Box House, Cobb people. And when you were talking trade all the way from Mount St. Elias all the way down to the Nass River, where we traded, and that was our history too. So I echo that, and thank you for sharing that. But I also have to strengthen our relationship right now, and you guys to understand what's happening right now. And I want to explain to you the gift of Ermine, and I'd like to do that right now. Just give you a gift to strengthen our relationship and the things that you shared here. But our old relationship, the blanket that was up there and the history that you just shared with our people up here, I want to ignite that right now. And it's my responsibility to do that because of the love you shared right there. And I want to give you a gift of Ermine. And the thing you do when you give the gift of Ermine, it's that you're giving them something like a feather, maybe the Ermine itself. And during their travels, they remind and they take the time to develop something like the blanket, that you would add that to that, or you might add this to it, or you might add that to it. And while you're doing that, you're building your relationship and thinking about that person or those people. So I'd like to give you right now real quick, and I don't want to take time, but I'd like to give this to you. Yeah. And I really love the clan house, because when you showed the clan house, it was beautiful. I'm from the Háw'aa, so we used the bear, we used the wolf, we used the loon, the killer whale, the halibut. So a lot of those, we respect those. And then when you look at the house, we have our personal house right here. But then you look at the clan house. So when you look at that, you relate it to it. So when you walk into that spirit of the bear, the wolf, you're walking to the mouth of that house, into the mouth. When you walk in, you'll look and you'll see the ribs of that halibut or that fish or that deer or that bird. And then you look in there and you can relate it to the human body. When you go to the middle is the fire, Han, Yuckity, like the fire. That's our heart. That's the heart of the house. That's where we sit and we go through issues. We talk, we communicate. We come up with plans and we support each other. And then when we need the help, Shakuwu, this right here, when we're a baby, this is this place where we connect to the spirit world. That's the smoke hole in the stories that we talk. And when he released those, he was putting them back in place. Like in our culture, when we burn that plate of food, we're sending it to him. The words that we share are when we start holding the bowl up. Our ancestors are waiting at the door, waiting for their name to be called. So I call them all right now, just to share the love that you gave to me today. Gunalchéesh, ho, 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 ho. We need to follow the lead of these people, and they're our relatives. I know this. My kids are in Canada, Ottawa, Canada. And we need to step up to the dual citizenship, because it was our history of trade, of helping and working together, that made our children, our kids strong. The things that you're saying, Gunalchéesh, ho, 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 ho.
Thank you, John.
Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa Gayasaka. We have a similar story, similar beliefs. When you talked about burning food to send it to our relatives, we do the same thing. When we go into the big house, one of the names I carry, Klaus, is the name of a big house. And in the olden times, the big houses had names because they were living beings, just like our coppers. And so with the big house, like you talked about, the beams, the posts are the house posts are the legs of the ancestor, and the arms of the ancestor are the beams and the skin. And then that's why there was a design in the front of the house, is the face of the house. And that name I share with my grandson, my only grandchild. And so that's who we are. And like with the canoe journeys, when we arrive, like our law, we introduce ourselves, who we are, who's our family, what clan, our songs, our history. And if you don't know that, and in particular, as we support our children to hold them up to be who they are and to teach them that protocol and that history, that's enacting our laws that predates both Canada or the United States and this transboundary, this construct. And so I think that's where we need to go. That's where our strength will come from. And it has to be that way. That's Indigenous-led conservation, because we have been here, and all around us, swirling around us, has been boom and bust. And we have to go back to those teachings. It's apparent to me that we have sustained ourselves all this time. And in BC, Canada is just 153 years old as a nation state, 153 years young. And our people, 700 generations, 14,000 years based on carbon dating. So, I mean, we have something to offer. And so all of the allies and the technical people, that's who you have to hold up. You have to hold up the leadership of the Indigenous communities and support them to manifest this into what it could be. So once again, thank you.
We'll go ahead and play that video and then get back to questions and comments for Frank.
Every spring, when the herring arrive along the Pacific Northwest coast, our people's hearts are filled with joy because it brings a time of renewal. Families gather to harvest the herring roe. When the herring hit the beach to lay their eggs, it sparks off a whole chain reaction. The bears and the wolves come out of the forest, the whales, the birds all come to enjoy the bounty of the herring. Everything depends on that herring to maintain its life. Our people have existed on this Pacific coast for well over 14,000 years, living in balance with the herring, being respectful and honoring it. The Hilfsjoch herring roe on kelp fishery, unlike other fisheries, does not kill the herring. It only takes the roe so that the herring can continue to spawn over multiple years. The method of fishing that we use has been passed down for multiple generations. We lay our kelp out with lines and we anchor the kelp down, and the herring come and lay their eggs. When the spawn is thick on the kelp, and we pull it out. We grade it on the ground. We transport it by boat to our nearby CFIA certified Bella Bella fish processing plant that we own to ensure the freshest product on the market today. This is one of the most healthy foods that you could consume. Very rich in omega-3s, tremendous source of protein, harvested in one of the most pristine marine ecosystems in the world. It has a unique crunchy texture. Buyers prefer the golden colored roe that comes out of our coastal waters. Our people have been trading herring roe on kelp with our neighboring tribes for thousands of years. We want to share with other people the opportunity to renew their bodies and their minds and their spirits. People get to enjoy and benefit from this culinary experience, but it's also supporting the well-being of our communities. So I shared this with my brother-in-law, and he said, "It looks like an infomercial." And I said, "You're right."
What's different about
That's
a
exactly what it
vacation
is.
home? You always have the whole place to yourself. No stranger at the dinner table making things awkward.
You know,
Perfect timing.
We're kind of in trouble with our herring roe. The biomass is in jeopardy. We know herring's pelagic, it's cold water fish, climate change, ocean acidification, all of these issues. So we really have to protect it, and this is one way of doing it, is supporting this conservation-based approach to the fishery. Herring can spawn up to 6 times in its life. It's low to no impact. But there's another issue, and that's the market. The palate of Japanese young people is changing. They don't love it as much as us, herring roe, and they've acquired that appetite for meat. And so the prices have been in decline up and down the whole coast. We watch what's going on with other producers along the Pacific coast. It's gone in San Francisco Bay. But what we want to do is we want to expand and diversify our markets. That's what this was created for, was to assist us to expand and diversify our markets, to move away from just the Hokkaido region of Japan. Remember 25 years ago, white people didn't eat sushi really, you know, but now it's mainstream. And so we want to go after that market, just like gooey duck. How gooey duck is blown up, and it blew up in Hong Kong. Now it's gone over to mainland China, and there's a huge market there, you know. And but why would we literally kill the goose that lays the golden egg? And so this is an example of how we can have a livelihood, have our sustenance, and also, you know, fulfill our responsibility to manage the resource. That's stewardship. That's what we're trying to do. And that ecotourism piece and forestry value added, these are the things to try to be a practitioner, not just talk about it, but actually do the work and participate. So I'm open to a couple more questions. I'm mindful of time. It's I think I was going to be done at 10:30 here, so I'm happy to answer maybe one or two more questions, and that'll conclude my presentation. See a hand over there.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Biggis. I work at the Alaska Center for Climate Assessment and Policy for UA Fairbanks. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just had a quick question about the roe-on kelp fishery you talked about. We have commercial roe-on kelp fisheries in Alaska, but they're called herring pounding because the way that they do it is they trap all the herring into pens, and then most of those herring die after they spawn. Do you have a similar fishery in British Columbia? And if so, do you have any advice for those of us in Southeast Alaska who are really concerned about changing those commercial regulations here?
As the largest single producer of herring roe-on kelp in the world, we just made a choice that we weren't going to do that. And we went to open pond, and because there's less stress, you don't have suffocation in closed pond. I think we should have a conversation about how we can work together to collaborate, because otherwise we're competing. But I think we should try to see if we can come up with a plan to work together as producers of this. And I think it should be the native people. It should be the Haidas and the Tlingits that should be the priority, not just under a license regime, but because of the relationship that they have with the place. And also, I mean, for what it's worth, you know, the commodification of access is wrong. You know, at one time, herring seine license was $25 in the BC coast. It's vertically integrated where only millionaires could participate in the fishery. Now they got no earning power, and you know, our people need to be prioritized. There's an opportunity, I think, going on right now and congratulations, by the way, with first Alaskan Native Congresswoman to be elected. Congratulations. The Biden administration seems to be friendly to the Native American community, and you got to move. It's like the tide. It shifts blue and red, it's predictable. And so when it's going your way, you got to run with the tide. We all know that as coastal natives, and it's a timing issue to, you know, I think it's time for a reset, honestly. And I think there's an appetite for that at the highest level, certainly in Canada, there is, because it's demonstrated by commitments by the Prime Minister, by the Minister of the Environment and the Resources, but that puts it on us to make sure that we're being very proactive. And I think that's what's going on in the United States as well. I mean, it was very divisive in the last administration, but it looks like you have some momentum, and this would be the time to do that work. And I could see some significant allocations to Alaska Native people to roll this out, to get matching funds. My last thing on the funding, as an example, we got, when we raised that $120 million Coast Opportunity Funds, we had 60 million from the philanthropic community and 60 million from the feds and 60 million from the province. And I don't think they thought we were going to be able to raise that money, but we did. And then that's the project for permanency, to be able to do this work, some core funding, like in our Integrated Resource Management Office that gives us an annual operating budget between carbon credit revenues and coast opportunity funds, about $1 million a year, no strings attached. And we're accountable to our community and to our government, as it should be. So, and I'm happy to have side conversations, kind of going over time a little bit now. So thank you so much for your time.
Really quickly. Frank, on behalf of the Central Council of Tlingit Haida, Office of the President of the Native Lands and Resources Division, we want to give you this gift. We appreciate you coming all the way from Canada, even though it's just down from us, to come and share your wealth of knowledge, the work you guys are doing. And this is something that we're all striving to create here in Southeast Alaska with our tribes, our tribal organizations, the feds, the state, and of course, NGOs and our partners all around that you see here. So thank you very much. Let's go ahead and take a break. And if we can, please be seated back by 10:45 to hear Dennis Nickerson and the Prince of Wales Tribal Conservation District and the work that they're doing. Thank you. Okay, guys, thank you. Welcome back from the break. We'll go ahead and get Dennis here situated, but before that, again, I'd just like to give an extended thanks to Frank for coming all the way from Bella Bella, sharing his wealth of resources and his knowledge. These are the things that we hope to model ourselves after. Yes, he did mention that we're already doing the Guardians work. We are. Many tribes are already doing this. We just need to get our network situated. And so later on this afternoon, when we break down into small groups, these are the ideas and the concepts that we're going to ask of you guys to bring back to us so we can take those and help build our program out farther. And I'll give a little bit of an overview later on this afternoon about where we're at Tlingit and Haida and our agreement with the U.S. Forest Service with assistance from the Alaska Conservation Foundation as well. So, but for now, I want to introduce Dennis Nickerson with the Prince of Wales Tribal Consortia. He'll be talking about the Southeast Tribal Conservation District they got going on. And again, this is an example of Guardians work that's already being done. And Dennis and his crew down in Prince of Wales have been doing amazing work. So I'd like to thank Dennis for joining us today and via Zoom. We were hoping he'd be here in person, but we know everyone's busy, and I thank him for taking the time to join us. Gunalchéesh.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to witness our presentation that we have. My name is Dennis Nickerson, and I'm the Natural Resource Planner for the Prince of Wales Tribal Conservation District. Our department includes John Carl, our Indigenous Sentinel, as well as Michelle Edenshaw, our Natural Resource Technician. I'd like to thank the Akwaan for allowing our voice to come up that way and help those on their land. We pay respect to them as they are the true landowners of the area you guys are at. Our presentation today has a strong focus on Klawock Lake sockeye salmon. Our presentation is going to cover who is the Prince of Wales Tribal Conservation District, as well as a brief history of Klawock, along with the Klawock Lake Sockeye Salmon Action Plan that was created in 2017. We also want to highlight our tribal conservation districts, our partnerships, as well as grants received. And as always, we have to look ahead. So TCDs, they blend traditional knowledge with technical resources to manage resources in a defined area. TCD goals set priorities for conservation to ensure sustained use of natural resources for customary, traditional, economic opportunity, resource development, and cultural preservation. This comes right from forming TCDs in Alaska under the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Service. Here's our tribal conservation district. On the left side, you see the federally recognized tribes. These are all 4 on Prince of Wales Island. Craig Tribal Association, Heidelberg Cooperative Association, Klawock Cooperative Association, and the Organized Village of Kasan. They are our fiscal sponsor. In 2017, we began efforts to incorporate village corporations into our land, and just last year, we made the formal request to USDA NRCS to include these 4 village corporations. They all supplied resolutions of support, and Sean Seat Incorporated is in the Craig area. Haida Corporation is near the community of Heidelberg. Klawock Corporation is near the community of Klawock, and Kavilko is Kasan Village Corporation, near the community of Kasan. One of our first initiatives when we formed was we had to create a boundary, and our boundary is Prince of Wales Island and all surrounding islands. And this happened when we officially formed in 2014. At the same time, we had to highlight our top 10 natural resource related concerns. We really had to roll up our sleeves and begin a strong effort to make sure that nothing was left behind. So we kept our concerns very, very vague. Number one is the reduction in our annual salmon returns. Two, our herring roe, and kelp stock. Three, sustaining our clean drinking water and our water rights. Four, our future role in natural resource co-management efforts with local, federal, state, and private agencies. Five, our Sitka black-tailed deer population and its ecosystem. Six, how the Endangered Species Act can affect our customary and traditional harvesting and gathering, and we're going to have some highlights on this one as well. Seven, the commercialization of our natural resources. Eight, climate change and how it can negatively affect our natural resources. Nine, paralytic shellfish poisoning and harmful algal blooms and how they can affect our food safety and security. Lastly, a balanced and sustainable environment regarding effective removal of invasive or noxious plants, birds, wildlife, and sea plants. Here's a brief history of Klawock. We have been here since time immemorial. Our stories and science now proves this true. Klawock was originally a fishing camp from clans originating from the winter village of Tuxicity, which is just north of Klawock. John Darrow, a prominent Gunalchéesh, he documented Tlingit settlement when his ancestors, the Gunalchéesh, climbed the Harris Mountains and saw the Klawock Lake. An old animal trail was followed to the estuary. The Gunalchéesh are the true owners of the Klawock Lake. John Darrow worked for years with John Swanton from Smithsonian Institution documenting our history. Sukini, or Grassy Creek, is alongside the Klawock Highway near the causeway. Ancestral engineering improved harvest, stewardship, and strengthened ownership of an area abundant with salmon and other natural resources. Here's an old aerial photograph of Klawock that was taken after the earthquake of 1964, and you can tell right here there's a bridge. This comes from the estuary, and the Klawock River is just off to this area. On this little road here where my cursor is at, just to the right of that is Sukini. It was an area that was engineered by our ancestors. For salmon harvest, effective, safe salmon harvest. Tekahate was a prominent clan leader of the Gunalchéesh during talks with U.S. government and salmon canneries. He retained clan ownership while providing some salmon for industry, which was a balanced approach. Salteries and canneries started with Alaska's first being in Klawock in 1878. 6 months later, one opened up in Sitka. At this time, there was strong employment battles between Alaska natives and the Chinese, and we asked why. During the creation of the Transcontinental Railroad, Irish laborers were recruited on the east coast of the United States, while Chinese laborers were recruited on the west coast. Once the railroad was completed, the government didn't uphold their promise for these workers, and the Chinese on this side were left to fend for themselves. At this time, that was when a lot traveled north, and they started replacing natives as a cheaper, more effective labor force. By the 1930s, there was 3 canneries that were in full operation in Klawock. By 1936, the Klawock River Weir counted 65,312 sockeye. Just 2 years ago, barely 5,000 passed the weir. In 1959, President Eisenhower declared waters of Southeast Alaska a disaster area because of commercial fish traps, which dominated 70% of the salmon industry. In 1958, there was 900 traps, and because of this declaration, they had to reduce the amount the following year by 50%. In 1959, there was only 450 traps, and they were still 70% of the salmon industry. At the same time, most native commercial fisher persons lost their boat, which was another fixed hand, and we discovered why. Banks that were running here, they often financed canneries in this area, and one of the first orders they were given was not to buy product off native-owned fishermen. They couldn't make their payments on their fishing boats, and they lost their livelihood. Here's a photo of the Kawak River. It's called the First Falls, circa 1920. This photo is rather unique because at the time when this was under the territory of Alaska, hatcheries were relatively run pretty free. Canneries were run pretty free, and managers would often go up to the narrowest point of the river and intentionally fall a tree right across it. So the commercial industry had another chance to get sockeye or other species before they made it up to their spawning grounds. Our Kawak Lake Sockeye Salmon Action Plan, here's all the contributors. Kawak Corporation, Sean Seed Incorporated, they're stakeholders into Kawak Lake. Kawak Cooperative Association Tribe, the federally recognized. Our department, as well as Southern Southeast Regional Aquaculture Association, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, the Commercial Fisheries, Subsistence Division, and Hatcheries Program. Also involved with the U.S. Forest Service, Craig Ranger District, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Nature Conservancy, and Southeast Alaska Watershed Coalition. During our time of formation, our board members unanimously voted that Kawak Lake Watershed is ground zero for habitat work. No other river system on Prince of Wales Island has faced such a challenge when it comes to getting wild stock sockeye back to some of their original numbers. At this time, there was 4 categories to improve sockeye escapement: enhancement, fish abundance, habitat, outreach, and education. Each category has a primary and secondary. This presentation focuses solely on the primary. Photo on the right is smoked sockeye, almost getting ready to be pulled. Here's enhancement in fish abundance. We had to enhance local broodstock sockeye, which we received funding for. We had to develop a local advisory committee, and this started in 2019, and coincidentally, I'm the chairperson. Fish abundance. We have to continue monitoring escapement, conduct a sockeye salmon genetic sampling, which ADF&G conducted, and they're going to be doing a presentation down here in 2 weeks. Improve customary and traditional harvest report, our beach seine permit records, and change customary and traditional fish regulations. And this was something the Kawak Fish and Game Advisory did this year. And those regulations will go into change next year. But since then, sockeye crews have been voluntarily doing efforts. So we've been putting a lot of the female sockeye back into the water instead of bringing them home for harvest. Habitat and outreach and education. We have to conduct spawning surveys and habitat assessment surveys to include traditional ecological knowledge. Develop landowner best management practices and Kawak Highway fish passage improvement at 3 Mile Creek. For outreach and education, we need to conduct household harvest surveys and TEK harvest study. We also received unanimous support from the Southern Southeast Regional Aquaculture Association, or SARA, and we will begin planning for a Kawak River Fishing Day. And coincidentally, again, I am the board member for SARA that represents Native corporations in this area. Just this season, for the Kawak Highway Fish Passage Improvement Project, there was a multi-agency effort in support for fish passage improvement at this area to include planning, design, and construction in 2022. Here's some of our partnerships and the grants that we've received. Quick quote by Michael Air Jordan: "Some people want it to happen, some wish it could happen, others make it happen." Since 2014, we've worked with the EPA, Indiana General Assistance Program. We had to get our TCD officially formed, and we always have to say Gunalchéesh to Michelle Davis, our project officer, because she gave us 1 fiscal year to get this agreement up and going. We wouldn't be where we are right now if it wasn't for that one simple move. USDA, the NRCS, they gave us capacity building funds. We are also a member of Alaska Tribal Conservation Alliance when they were in operation. Alaska Resource and Economic Development. These are the ones that are helping us design our mist incubation systems for sockeye enhancement. We also partner with Alaska Village Initiatives. They are going to begin helping us with some of our community garden projects on the island. When we first formed, we invited Indian Nations Conservation Alliance to come up here and do a presentation on what TCDs do in the lower 48. We had to apply what they were doing up here. As well, down below, we have the Northern Latitudes Partnership. This partnership really helped us get our Indigenous Sentinel project up and going on Prince of Wales Island. Kai Environmental Consulting, Kathy Needham. I imagine everyone, or most everybody in the audience down there, up there, knows who Kathy Needham is. Southeast Alaska Fish Habitat Partnership, Southeast Alaska Watershed Coalition, SSRAA, the Nature Conservancy, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Marine Mammal Management, Sea Alaska Heritage Institute, U.S. Forest Service, Tongass National Forest. Here's the numbers. All the areas that are highlighted in red, these all have a strong focus on Kawak Lake sockeye. Since 2014, we've received $814,262.75 in funds to get us where we are right now, and 91% of our funds is focused towards Kawak Lake sockeye improvement. One of our first grants that we were happy to receive was the National Forest Foundation, the Community and Capacity Land Stewardship Grant. It allowed us to host a community meeting, which we had to cancel due to COVID. We received this award just weeks after the nation and the world had to shut down. It allowed us to provide trainings, Tier 2, salmon spawning, and safety training. Our goal was to create qualified local hire. Since we received funding from the NFF, we're obligated to make this statement that the National Forest Foundation is the leading organization inspiring personal and meaningful connections to our national forests, the centerpiece of America's public lands. Working on behalf of the American public, the National Forest Foundation leads forest conservation and promotes responsible recreation. We believe these lands are an American treasure and are vital to the health of our communities. The photo on the right is the Tier 2 training that was conducted in June of 2020. And down there in the stream, you'll see our instructor, Kathy Needham. The two gentlemen at the left were the ones that conducted sockeye harvest reports this season. Here's some more photos. They had to do the Tier 2 training at different systems around and near the Kawak Lake. The photo on the right shows some of the field instruction that was going on during COVID. Of course, we had to be social distance. We had hand sanitizer, masks were provided to everybody. And we were very proud to say that even though this was 3 months after shutdown, we didn't have any positive tests for this training. Here's some photos that the crew took when they were out in the field conducting the salmon spawning training in September of 2020. And as you can see on the left, that's what we're looking for right there, our wild stock sockeye coming up to spawn. The photo on the right is of Inlet Creek, which is one of the primary sockeye producing streams in the Kawak Lake. Here's our Indigenous Sentinels projects with Northern Latitudes Partnership, and I forgot to put Alaska Conservation Foundation on here, and I apologize. We also had matching funds from KCA Tribe and the Prince of Wales Tribal Conservation District. Our Sentinel project is a 2-year habitat monitoring, inventory, and improvement. This project started in May of 2021 and is going to go till May of 2023. It allowed us to hire one full-time Indigenous Sentinel, John Carl, and one part-time employee, which is myself. Initially, John attended a training for unmanned aerial vehicle training, and now he's awaiting his FAA 101 certifications. The Indigenous Sentinel Project is going to occur on Village Corporation land only, with focus on Kawakina Corporation and Sean Seaton Incorporated. This project, TEK meets tech. This is when we're blending our TEK with technology. We're going to begin documenting via drone technology or unmanned aerial vehicle. We want to document stream and habitat conditions, landslides, and past logging areas. Initially, our project was to conduct SEATOR population counts and Tier 2 surveys in the Klawak Lake, but this later changed to habitat improvement. We found out with consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that they were going to be doing SEATOR population counts on Prince of Wales Island, and they just finished those 2 months ago. It's the Alaska Heritage Institute and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Traditional Ecological Knowledge and the Endangered Species Act for the Alexander Archipelago wolf. The Center for Biological Diversity and Defenders of Wildlife petitioned to list the Alexander Archipelago wolf and its habitat as threatened or endangered under the Endangered Species Act. POW tribes and village corporations, not all of them, but some of them, submitted resolutions to oppose this, and they requested to include Indigenous science, also known as traditional ecological knowledge. Photo on the right, one of our local hunter trappers provided us with photos when he heard about what we were doing with the Fish and Wildlife Service. So he was very proud to send us some photos of his trail cams and some of the wolves that he spotted while checking his trail cams. Indigenous science. March 2022, the POWTCD meets with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Dr. Steve Langdon to begin a fast-track round of interviews to document Indigenous science for informed decision-making. 4 interviews were conducted on Prince of Wales Island. Currently, we're doing the draft report review. Dr. Steve Langdon just sent me the draft report this week. And I must say that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is the first federal agency to incorporate TEK during a species status assessment. One thing that we discovered is Section 10 under the Endangered Species Act. This protects legal local resident harvest of Sitka black-tailed deer. If the wolf gets listed and its habitat as threatened or endangered, what this means is we will still be able to legally harvest Sitka black-tailed deer, but it won't be allowed to non-Alaska residents. Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy, or SAS. In accordance with federal law and U.S. Department of Agriculture policy, this institution is prohibited from discriminating on the basis of race, color, national origin, sex, age, or disability. Not all prohibited bases apply to all programs. POWTCD's SAS project, also known as the Tlingit Stewardship Program. Here's our project concept. We thought like our ancestors when we asked these 2 questions. What would our ancestors think about clear-cut logging that occurred in the 20th century? And what would our ancestors think about today's habitat improvement projects? Our answer, what were you thinking cutting all the trees down? And what were you thinking when you improved the habitat? One thing, our ancestors wasted nothing, so we incorporated that same practice into our proposal. The Tlingit Stewardship Project goals. But most of this project is focused in the Klawak Lake watershed. We're going to be conducting biomass research. We're going to be supplementing our upcoming compost project. We incorporated a recreation and trails program into this to work on the John Darrow Trail along the Klawak River, utilizing local resources. We're doing a firewood project, not only for fireplaces, but for cultural purposes. When you hear cultural purposes, you ask, what we're going to do is we're going to provide 2 different types of firewood to tribal homes. We also have to relocate our tribal soil climate analysis network, our weather monitoring station is going to be staged right above 3 Mile Creek in the Kawak Lake watershed. This project, we're also gonna monitor undergrowth. And beginning next year, we're going to be conducting Tier 2 training. The photo on the right was an area that was worked on last year. As you can see, there's an enormous amount of small trees that's blocking sunlight through the ground. This is what we're looking at when we applied for our SAS project. Our goal, we want to transition from logging to habitat improvement, targeting local loggers or longshore persons. We want to assure qualified local hire. At the same time, we don't want to deprive the land of nitrogen, but able to use these small trees and branches after the leaves fall off. In year one, our goal is to capture what we can in these areas, and we want to go for, our target is 40 acres. This picture here on the left is the exact same location right here. These are the exact same areas. So all these trees down here is what we want to utilize. Soon as these leaves fall off these trees, that's when we're going to begin collection. For the Tlingit Stewardship project, we get to do equipment purchase. We get to purchase a crew vehicle, which we just ordered this week. Now we're procuring an ATV with a trailer, and we want to get a commercial wood chipper for our compost project. Supplies include chainsaws, cables, pulleys, first aid kit, cork boots, etc. Looking ahead, we keep our door open to Sea Alaska Corporation. We will encourage them to join POWTCD. We want to expand projects similar to Tlingit Stewardship Project to other communities. We're looking at Heidelberg and Kassan to be doing the same thing. We want to supplement our upcoming compost project. This is with the POW Tribal Stewardship Consortium, this department, and the Tribal Environmental Coalition. We want to continue qualified local hire trainings. This can't be stressed enough because we want to make sure that our workers are qualified to meet the criteria for these projects. We also want to look into broodstock sockeye enhancement, which is where we have funds from the Bureau of Indian Affairs to do this. This photo in the center, this is what we're really trying to avoid. This is a photo of combined sockeye crews beach seining in a different system to supplement Kawak's low sockeye harvest. What you see there is 3 sockeye crews that merged into one. We mobilized our boats and we traveled across the island to a different system so we could let wild stock sockeye in the Kawak Lake begin replenishing. This one's for our ancestors. Our ancestors paid the ultimate sacrifice during the 77-year land suit battle between 1867 and 1944. Civil rights equality began in 1912 with the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska Native Brotherhood. The Alaska Native Sisterhood held fundraisers. Money was put in donation cans by our elderly saying, "This is for my grandchildren." Some Alaska Natives at that time signed papers officially abandoning culture and language and had to prove she was civilized. Our ancestors fought for our land and fishing rights. Today, we're fighting for our environment and natural resources for our grandchildren. Gunalchéesh, thank you on behalf of the Prince of Wales Tribal Conservation District.
Chief Dennis, if you're available, I'd like to open it up for questions for Dennis. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. Oh, we do have one question.
Hey Dennis, this is Rob Cadmus from the Southeast Alaska Watershed Coalition. And more of a comment than a question. Just want to thank the POW and their involvement in walk. It's been really helpful. Their Indigenous Sentinels lead, John Carl, has really been instrumental in taking the work crew that's working out on POW with you and really making it Indigenous led and implement those prescriptions is really up in the game of what's happening out there. And just thanks to the POW TCB for doing that.
Thanks for those comments,
Thank you, Rob.
and thanks for the great work as well.
Yeah, I'm very thrilled to hear that Rob Cadmus is up there because he has been so instrumental as well in pushing everything forward. There was a lot of alignment that was needed, and when we saw his vision and what happened with the Kawak Indigenous Stewards Forestry Partnership, we saw how this can work. And one of the things that I forgot to specify too was our TCD really strive to keep politics off the table. You push politics off to the side and you can just focus on projects, you get more things done. Unfortunately, politics pushes itself around, and it forced itself onto our table with the Endangered Species Act. So I was very glad and thrilled to hear that Rob Cadmus is up there. Thank you for your words, Rob.
Sorry that it kind of broke up a little bit there. I think it was connection issues.
Yes.
Apologies. Any more questions or comments for Dennis? All right, Dennis, Gunalchéesh, thank you guys. I greatly appreciate you guys taking the time to join us today.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Our last presentation of the morning is from Central Council, Tlingit and Haida's very own Subsistence Group. They're new to the Native Lands and Resources Division. I'd like to introduce Anthony Lindoff, the Traditional Food Security Manager for Tlingit and Haida, Anthony Christianson to the traditional food security coordinator. And again, these guys are new to the Native Lands and Resources Division, and greatly appreciate to have them join us in the work that we're doing, helping build out a Guardians program. So quickly on that, they will be talking about Southeast Alaska Tribal Fish and Game Advisory Board and the Southeast Alaska Subsistence Coalition. Welcome, guys.
Wow, yeah, we're finally here. So he did just preface the presentation with, I guess I hope I don't miss the assignment on that, because we're going to take it a little bit. We want to introduce the Traditional Food Security Program, our roadmap that was born at our little office here. So we're talking to each other, and we've built this humble roadmap that we want to share with the leadership in this room, and have it at the end. So have it in, we can engage and get some ideas on how we can improve our roadmap, because this doesn't, just because we have taken the lead, let's say, on developing this, it doesn't work without all of us in this room here. So I just wanted to preface the presentation with that. So yeah, I'll introduce myself and our team first. As Ray alluded to, we did just get engulfed by Native Lands and Resources. Thankfully, that's a great team to be a part of, such a dynamic team, and it's growing every day, every week it seems. And the leadership there, it just totally complements what we're trying to accomplish at Traditional Food Security, and we can complement what they're doing at Native Lands and Resources and from the environment perspective. Because when it's talking about traditional food security, we just end up talking about food sovereignty and land and co-management and science and uplifting this a way of life. And so it's just way more than just putting us in that corner of food security. We'll talk about it and develop that, what we're defining as food security. We in this room, we on this call the leadership, that we have an opportunity to define, make those definitions. I think we need to, and that's not my job to define it, it's ours, right? And so I want to just say, whilst we are happy to share what we've done to date, we are very mindful that and respectful that there's so much talent, there's so much talent that and want to contribute to this mission. And without further ado, I'll just introduce myself now. My Tlingit name is Kakudi. I'm Kagwantan from the Gunalchéesh, and that's the Eagle Wolf House. From Puckwan, I was raised by my Tlingit mother, Josephine Lindoff in Háw'aa, very much a subsistence lifestyle. My father is Robert Carl from Haida, so I'm very, very proud to be Tlingit from Gunalchéesh with Haida from Haida, right? And I very much uplift. When I began my journey, say on food security, hunting, fishing, it was to emulate those leaders in my life, my mom and my dad, and uplifting what they brought and the values that they instilled into me, because they were not cash economists, right? They were very much a subsistence. I grew up that way. And so it began kind of trying to uplift that piece of it and being proud of where I come from and my parents. And then it starts as we develop this idea about traditional food security, it's about our people and our way of life. And so it's very humble to just be able to be a part of the discussion. And I want to say a big Háw'aa Gunalchéesh to President Peterson, Roald Helgeson, and the rest of the leadership team, and Desiree included, to have had the foresight and wisdom to invest in traditional food security. And I'm just humbled to be an agent of theirs to do that work. And I'm excited to roll up our sleeves. I don't know if you can tell how exhausted I am, but it's you know, that is, but it's as long as we're, so whatever I do, whatever we do, as long as we're contributing towards food security, sovereignty, like we can burn both ends of the candle. Like we can do that, like what, because it's our narrative, that's our story. So I'll be up all night in the smokehouse if I have to. And so I am the traditional food security manager for Central Council. And I alluded to this is a brand new department. It was born in January of this year. And while it is mostly, it was funded through ARPA, we are looking at how to make it sustainable, and we'll touch on that as we get into the roadmap here. Yeah, so without that, and I wanted to just state too that the state of food security, everybody in the world is talking about it right now. And so for the thinking Haida leadership to have that foresight was just in time. And since that time, we've had this food security task force, we've had all this interest. Everybody in the world is making headlines all around the world with regard to food security. So it's like we are not missing the boat on that. And I'm just, again, I wanted to just give kudos and a big holla to the leadership team there. And with that too, I wanted to introduce my very good hunting buddy and now teammate on the team. Let Tony introduce himself.
Yeah, I'm grateful to be here. Everybody, my name is Anthony Christianson, sometimes known as Tony Peel. Austin and I is and it's a good day to be here. My Haida name is Sakingwas, which means weather watcher, which is pretty much appropriate for the positions we take in leadership, which we are leading food security here. I come from the Raven clan, Yaklanas, and we get emotional because that's, you can see it, we're well into this 100%. So for me, this is everything to be able to do this. So my emotion is raw because that's what my boss asks for every day. It's so nice to be back in the circle for one. So this is like a homecoming. Secondly, that it's that precious to us, like literally. And so I draw upon my strength, which is my emotion. And so I'll lift that up now because I'm also strong because we go all over the place in mountains and fishing and you know, buddies, man. Like that's what we are in this room. We created friendships, lifetime friendships. So to come back here to see everybody after pandemics and personal challenges, it's heartwarming. But to be on the food security, that's what we're here for. Like literally, we exist in this room and have put our lives on the line to protect the sole source called protein and nutrition from the land. And so for our leadership to, like Anthony said, to recognize that need to pull together, you know, two guys that can literally hunt and fish day in and day out and put that time in necessary. We get a lot of good feedback about they wish they had our job. And sometimes I hope they know we're at the smokehouse at 2:30 in the morning and 4 in the morning and coming home at 3 in the morning from hunts. But it's because it's a passion for us and it's something we want to share. We had a very good experience, you know, throughout the year of providing some of these milestones you'll see on the roadmap that we'll discuss as we go. So I don't want to steal from that, but it's been a good experience. I mean, it's been getting back on the water, getting back through Southeast, and us as professionals in this field, we get lost doing the job and forget that the job we're doing is to protect who we are. And so we got to remember that at the core of everything we're doing, it's about the most important resource we have is ourselves and the people that we work for. And we're protecting them from things that we talked about all week here, listening to every influence and everything that's going to adjust the way we live our lives. But ultimately it comes down to what we're putting in our bodies. And we all know the native value is that comes spiritually, you know, there's a whole process to that. And so as we build this food security, trying to ingrain our traditional values into that. So it's transferable across the landscape right here that we've taken our elders' books to, and we live by the code that they established. We said the knowledge keepers, and we bring that discipline to everything that we do, so that the food that you will eat, the food that we shared through our camps, the food that we've been distributing, it comes from a place of love, and the harvesting that goes into it is done in a respectful manner that the resource is going to respect that relationship and continue to provide for us. That's our culture. We could tell many stories about that, and I could talk all day culturally, I could talk all day professionally, but we have 45 minutes to get through this presentation. So I'm going to get on with the slideshow here and interject more tears and hopefully a couple of cheers as we go through this, because it is very, very much been near and dear to our hearts. We talked about this on a mountain 3 years ago.
Yeah, we talk about these all the time, like they're on. I mean, I don't have a tattoo of it, but I mean, darn close anyway. And as we're developing this roadmap, I was just like, oh gosh, this is a really big, like, this is a big responsibility. Where am I going to get, you know? And then it's like, you just go back to this. This is going to guide us. This is our roadmap. Like, so I want to just put that out there as like, I don't want to sound like I'm plagiarizing Dr. Sobolev and the leaders, right? Because that's literally where we get that. So it's not recreating the wheel, so to speak. Oh. Okay, so you can see how small our team is. We are team of 3. We do get tremendous amount of support from the rest of the departments at Tlingit and Haida. I think we've touched on it before. Probably, maybe you don't know, but you know, pre-pandemic, there were maybe as few as say 200 employees. Throughout now, fast forward to 2022, we have darn near 500, and so that's just a wealth of talent and passion too. As much as we care about our jobs, so does every single staff person in every department wants to lend a hand. And so everything that we do at Traditional Food Security is not done just with our 3 people here. It's done with so much help from the rest of the departments, and I could go and name them all, but I don't want to. I just want to just state that because I don't want to forget anybody. But just know that whilst we are a small team, we are growing. As you can see, we're going to be recruiting for another program coordinator to help out, and that's just the start. We want to kind of develop a model that we can replicate and take it on the road and make it what Angoon wants, or what Anchorage wants, or what Háw'aa wants, right? And we can kind of just not so much, here's a model, you know, make it yours. And so yeah, I would like to acknowledge too, Brianna, if you could. She is also, so she's part of the team, and I just wanted to so if you need to get a hold of us, or if you can't, she always will be able to. So here, so this is just one piece of the roadmap. I'm going to be going through slides to kind of speak about where this is, kind of what we were thinking about. And honestly, we haven't touched this since we created it. So we are in the midst of kind of revisiting the roadmap, updating it, seeing where we're hitting the milestones, seeing where, maybe we need to focus more on that area or this front, but also, again, I wanted to get a lot of feedback from the communities, because we're developing partnerships, and we can't do that without understanding and having dialogue and making things better, continuously improving, because as our president Peterson has always mentioned, he never forgets to tell us, it's like, we're not going to wait for perfect. Right. And whilst we're not going to be, that doesn't mean we take a haphazard approach and just, but we do just doing it, and letting people know who you are. That's very important. And if we're always going to wait for perfect, nobody's going to know who we are. Right. And so, yeah, here, this capacity issue, right? We always every community runs into this freezer storage capacity and processing capacity. And so we wanted to make sure that was a big piece of the infrastructure. We understood that right out of the gates. And as we're going through this task force with regard to food security and all these other boards and whatnot, we're seeing that this roadmap is actually not that far off of what all the other think tanks are coming up with. And so so we just recently passed a resolution to build our commercial kitchen and processing area for traditional foods. That's going to be here in Juneau. So I can't believe I have this job and things are coming to fruition. It's great. So that's going to be a brand new building. It'll be set up here next spring, 23. And we also see around this region these facilities that are there that maybe not, that they're just not running for whatever reason. And so, and I'm alluding to say something like the Haida wild fish processing plant, specialty seafood plant in Heidelberg. We saw that as a place where we can, help inject some energy into that and have that, use that as a place to process our traditional foods. And because even though we're donating our foods to, say, the learning centers, which is like the preschools, or we're donating the foods to the elder lunch programs, they still need to come through a DEC approved facility, right? And so that was very much a piece that we wanted to tackle. Nothing's set in stone just yet, but we have been in talks with Heidelberg and the leadership there to partner and open those doors and have a little space for traditional food security and a place for us to build that network. And so it's just not just because my family's from Heidelberg. I am wholeheartedly biased, of course, but just strategically, just looking at these places that have these buildings already. They have hydropower, so the energy is not an issue. They have these, so we're just, by supporting those types of things, we can support local fishermen and permit holders and keep those darn permits in the village, right? And that's what we're kind of focused on, and helps us with having this custom processing area to just not be the sole solution or the silver bullet, but I think it takes all kinds, and we're just one small part. And so that's kind of where we're at now. So we are working toward that end, and we're seeing the fruits of our labor. And I don't want to jinx us, but I don't think we're missing the mark, and all the discussions we've had today have been very productive very respectful, and it's always, because we can always agree that food security is priority number one. This is a lot of the meat right here too. We're getting into this. So developing and improving tribal food donation policy, we've gotten that. We're in the midst of developing this harvest calendar, right? We have been harvesting wild foods, and we're very excited about developing that further. Excited to work with other folks in terms of mapping and educating and just getting more people on the land. And I think we could do some really cool stuff with workforce development and training and education programs to do that. Oops. Go back. A little bit too fast. So, yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Oh, this is exciting. This is one of my cool, I like this one. The gun safety and training and protocols and the kind of developing PMPs in and around subsistence hunting. And so I'm excited to go through my own hunter training, learning the firearm protocols, the safety, and then be able to develop this manual, so to speak, and training programs and bring people out. And kind of this is so we are in the midst of developing that curriculum, those programs, and offering those to our folks. And so even so far as developing an armory for traditional food security and being, which is all of this stuff is very brand new. The tribe, for instance, has never owned a boat, right? Traditional food security has 2 landing crafts now. It's phenomenal. Like again, pinch me here, because I feel like I'm in a dream world. And so we've never had an armory, right? But it's like there's so much things. And it's not so much about being the first and look at us. It's about building and so much breaking the cycle, but taking over the narrative, right? And controlling that. That's the power. And so very excited about those developments. And I look at these and we have to get pulled back all the time because this roadmap got approved and we start thinking about pushing these things down the road. And here we are 6 months into it and we're already in 2025, but it just goes to show how much support there is, how much energy and excitement there is toward this food security, and everybody wants to talk about it. And so that's just how we are on this accelerated growth. And that's just what this little office can do. You can imagine when the Indigenous communities all over the world come together and start sharing this roadmap and start sharing knowledge and opening up those trade networks, right? And that's really what it is, knowledge. We're sharing knowledge. And so I'm looking at Bella, at Haida, at Aotearoa, New Zealand, and anywhere, everywhere, we all have that interest. And so to be able to, again, to have this job, it's obviously a dream come true. And I keep saying that, but I'm not lying. Yeah, and then this also, you look at phase 4, developing the culinary tourism, and I don't want to get too far into the tourism piece of it, but what I'm meaning about that is developing the culinary component of it. So it's not just how, no disrespect to my mom's cooking, which I love, I grew up on it and I love it, but there's other ways to cook a steak, right? There's other ways to cook that deer or that seal or that gumboots or whatever it is. And so taking that passion and sharing how to prepare, how to make ossobuco, or my kids call it awesome buco, or deer ribs, and just preparing it a different way and just like leveling up your culinary. And what happens is now I want to go out seal hunting again because that was a great recipe. I want to go get more. I want to get more gumboots. I want more seaweed. You want more so it's it's more than just feeding somebody. You're feeding their curiosity, their education. That's what I mean about not just putting food security into this little corner. That's who you are, right? And I was because our food is who we are. Right? And how does who's going to define that if not us? That's awesome. Yeah, we got, so, and then, we want to also support permit holders, right? I spoke to that and we're gonna get into that with this herring roe on kelp program, which had never been done. We understand the herring roe on kelp a product in the market. It was almost exclusively going to Japan. And over the past several years, the price, for whatever reason, just tanked. Insofar as folks literally said, no, I'm not going to fish this year. It's not worth it. Or worse yet, I'm going to sell the permit. Right? And that's my biggest fear. We're 50 years into limited entry. Look at where we're at. There's a big article in ADN just this past week, just this on Monday, about the impacts of limited entry and who's profiting from that. It's supposed to be for Alaskans. And like, it doesn't look like it, does it? So there's just those tools, right? So I'm just like, there's lessons learned, and folks are, so we just like, I'm very excited about taking ownership of that narrative. And with that, I'll go right into, so I was talking about the herring roe on kelp. So that's just a little background. So I gave you the background. So we wanted to come in there and support those fishermen permit holders on the island of Prince of Wales. And it was an idea that was born out of a totally different department, but a tribal citizen who works for the Tlingit Haida, you know, who knows it and understands this. She's like came to me and said, "This is a problem." And so I said, "Okay, well, we've got a solution." We had never done it before. Nobody had ever done it before. It all, like I said, all that stuff goes to Japan. The other 10% goes to Honolulu. But virtually then nobody in our tribal citizen network gets that level of commercial grade roe on kelp. Yes, we can harvest wild roe on kelp, and that's great. That's a great product. But that commercial stuff is worth that in a bet, you know, it's worth more to like. So I was very happy to be able to inject some money and support those fishermen and those local economies, because it's important. And so that was, we bought $150,000 worth of product from a dozen workers, and then so it worked. And then just right after that experience, there was this local food assistance purchase grant, right, from the USDA, I believe. And it's like, this is perfect. We just went through that, and now we can make it better. Now we have a grant to go after. And we just got the news that we got that $250,000 grant. So we're going to expand on the program that was created this year, and just make it better and more impactful. And again, have more people in the room to help us with that. I mean, if somebody was able to match, right, that $250,000, whomever they are, Sea Alaska, total. Like, so that's just spitballing, like, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. And I love anything, like I said, as long as we're talking, to be clear, as long as we're talking about food and sovereignty and our way of life, I can do this all day, right? But you start talking about something else, and you might lose me. But if we're talking about this, you can always bend my ear. You can always bend this guy's ear, right? So yeah, please, just anytime you have some crazy idea, you know, I hope you can trust us enough that you would share that with us, and or maybe we can help you do something crazy too, and you get the credit. Like, we don't want to shine the light just because we're shining a light on our food and our way of life. Not look how cool our job is, which is pretty freaking cool. But I'm just like, it's not about us, right? And people know that when we go to any room, they know we're not self-promoting, self-grandizing. It's about our way of life. And once I get away from that, I can feel my mom, I can feel my chana, I can feel everybody pull me right back to my center. So here's yeah, so I talked about, so we got that grant. I'm very excited, and we can just build kind of off of that notion. And I've seen the delegation's response to, like, we need to buy local foods, buy local seafoods, and support those things. And so it was just right in time with what their wishes were. And here we got the grant. And so I'm gonna play a video, if you don't mind. If I can. I love this video. So our communications department put this together and with our herring roll on health. This is what I was afraid of. I'm not the IT guru at all.
I pretended like I knew what I was doing, so I could push a button on there.
Yeah, but maybe we can use this time to let Tony, because that was his first. That was when I was able to bring him out to the team, and so I shanghaied him, and that was his first kind of experience. And I was so grateful to have him on the island. Of course, even though I've got family from the island, I'm not an islander, and so having somebody like this guy on the team and for the cause, I couldn't have navigated it without him. But maybe you can speak to kind of what you saw with regard to the program.
Well, yeah, I just like thank you for that. And you know, that was, like I said, it was a really good journey for us to start this relationship. They needed a little bit of hand on the purchasing of that herring roll on the island. And obviously my brother-in-law right there, he's a herring fisherman, as well as several of the family members. And knowing the impact of the season before, when they got screwed by the market and no money got earned, everybody was selling their permit. And so this was like, yeah, and we're sitting in these communities watching everybody wish to have a fishing job again, you know, and wishing for a permit and wishing to re-engage in this industries that we got robbed from basically over the years because of all the things that happened. But the positive spin on it was that we were able to have and inject money into that. And you should have seen the energy that went into the product after that. That the Indigenous people had an opportunity and they knew there was an outcome and it wasn't going to be a complete failure. So to see the energy that got created just in the workforce there, and we're talking each of those permits really puts about 5 people to work per boat. And so we were helping, I'd say 30 to 40 people somewhere in there in that employment opportunity. The outcome was when we were able to purchase the product and distribute it. And that is where all the networking came in. So the support at the local level was just couldn't be more thankful for that, from the IRAs to all the community programs that were there to receive and distribute for us. Because like you said, we were there to just do a front end, first time, what are we even doing model here, and ended up creating good relationships and obviously an outcome that doubled the money. And I think that's the blessing we get when we're on the right track, is when we're coming from the place of value, the outcomes are always going to be met and they're going to double. That's just been my experience of being a good hunter and being a fisherman and doing it with reciprocity. I learned how to say it right last night because I got a boss here that says, we got to get it right? Because we're that guy, right? And I'm like, reciprocity or reciprocity. I couldn't even say it until last night. So reciprocity. And it's been a big word in my mouth for a whole year and I've been saying it wrong the whole time. So I like to just say for the record, thank you for the grammatical corrections that I get, because we do represent something bigger than ourselves. And you want to do that with 100%, and you want to make sure you get it right. Because that's the job we have, right? We go hunting and fishing, you get one thing wrong, guess where you end up? You end up in the tank. So if you want to know how special this is, the life we live is exactly what they said, on the edge. So, and that's it, it's exciting, you know, but to get to go through this process, go through Southeast on a boat and almost do it in a traditional manner where we drop the stuff off in communities and had people waiting. It felt like old times to me, like, as we grew up that way. So, you know, for us, it was like, whoa, you know, and here we really are on a boat, and now we're really up here hunting, and now we're really over here. Then we got 3 weeks of conferences. I joke, that's just, you know, we got to throw it out there. But this is where we built that feedback he's talking about, where we built and get to recognize the partners we had along the way, just in this one fishery. And that's my niece there eating this stuff. And so it's a family affair. When we went out there, I used my sister's boat. We were able to pull our kids out there and experience it. You know, the people that we were working with were all Native people and happy to be having a market to sell to, and knowing that the distribution of it was to our own people. They took a higher level of pride. I seen it in their faces. It would created a lot of energy for us to be there. It was a 3-week opportunity for 2 weeks, and we got to really get out there and see how this is gonna support us, because that's what we see was this massive amount of support around food security. And so as we say, we constantly are gonna want that feedback. What can we do next? You know, we're looking at trying to maximize how much resources we can get within the confinements of what already exists. You know, and so there's these opportunities, both personal, subsistence, and as well as these commercial. And so taking these steps forward, you know, and like you said, people contributed to that. When they seen us doing that, other tribes bought product and distributed to themselves and started to create this little synergy around that concept. Oh, we can do that? Yeah, you can do that. Stop selling smoked chicken, you know, stop giving them all these carbs and sugar, because if you look at the data, we're killing ourselves with corn syrup. You know, we're eating too much sugar, and we look at our little kids. They're not little no more, you know, they're not as healthy as, and it's dumbing us down. It's totally taking us out of the mental capacity that we need as people to do what's inherently right and what's ours. And so we're fighting for that sovereignty. As we move forward, it's an activity. It's us hunting and fishing and teaching that value system. It's also recognizing these local needs and trying to lift you up and make sure we know we're all in this room to protect the food. We're all in the room to protect what it is that we're here for. The places that Greg talks about, it's place-based. It's about us here standing on these land, right? Place-based. It's our land. It's our food. So we'll watch a movie.
Really is the most golden, most delicious, delectable. We're very proud of our herring eggs, and I've never seen anybody thumb their nose at a herring egg before, and it's something that everybody loves to celebrate. My name is Anthony Lindoff. I am the Traditional Food Security Manager for Tlingit and Haida. Traditional food security to me means providing and reconnecting to our traditional ways and our land. We are purchasing 14,000 pounds from tribal citizen permit holders, and 100% of that row-on kelp is going to be distributed to our tribal citizens.
And we're working on our herring pond nets, making sure there's no holes, working on our seines, making sure they're ready to go, working on our herring pens. It takes about a month pre-work. So here's how I've always looked at herring eggs. We've got through another tough winter, and this is like our New Year's. This isn't January. This is our true New Year's. All the hard times we've endured all winter long, everything just kind of gets released. All the stress, everybody comes together as one. And that's when we all sit around, we're eating, telling stories. And life's good. Life is really good.
We're pretty unique. We live in a very unique environment, and not too many people get to have access to this lifestyle, and it's something that is really near and dear to my heart. It's something, this way of life, and this is very much something that I aim to protect and safeguard for future generations.
The first time I ever harvested was a couple of years ago, and honestly, it was an amazing experience getting out there to pick and find kelp, and I think it was really the first time I just felt rich. You know, it's the only way I could really explain it.
It's very much a social event, and you bust out your best hooligan oil or your best seal grease, and you get your aunties and uncles together and the little ones, and everybody just has a great time around the table. I think those are memories that last a lifetime and you can't replicate or bottle up and package. It's something that we have to just live and experience, and those experiences I've taken are just, that's what really gets me up in the morning and makes me really love my job.
We tried to give 4 or 5 pounds per household, and just one of those blades was probably close to that anyways. So it was, people were extremely happy, making sure everybody gets some, you know, and it's really important.
Whether we're Tlingit or Haida or Subsistence or village or urban, I think food security is something that we can all agree on, and something that that we all want to contribute to. So the product that we'll be distributing, that 14,000 pounds throughout 21 communities and over 3,600 households, not 1 pound, not 1 ounce of that is for sale. That is all for free distribution to our tribal citizens.
This is our Gunalchéesh Community Center. We're breaking the kelp down to a size that is going to be able to be placed into the gallon-sized beds. My name is Rhonda Butler. I'm Gunalchéesh Haida Community Council President. This is definitely supporting our subsistence way of life. This is a gem. This is a golden egg. It's a little past Easter, but this is our golden egg for our tribal citizens for sure. This is a delicacy. And some roll-on kelp. All right, come on up. Appreciate you sporting with us and all right. Well, thank you very much and you stay safe.
You can't make it down to Subsistence. This is awesome. And on kelp, oh my gosh. On kelp, my goodness, yeah. Thank you guys so much.
You might be at 1,000 beds. Some of our elders will just rinse it right off and eat it just like this. Others, they will pickle it. You can also dip it into the hot boiling water.
Butter or oil. Either plain or butter and soy sauce. Like them in salad or just eat them. Yeah, buddy. Thank you. Bye.
Oh, no, I bet tonight is coming soon.
I don't take credit for that one. Yeah.
That's how we feel sometimes.
Yeah, all good. Yeah. No rush. I know people want lunch inside. We don't need to go much further into y'all's lunch. You have maybe. Yeah, so just less about us and our role. You kind of get the point, you know, of what we're trying to accomplish here, I think. And if not, spend some more time with us over lunch or the rest of the week to get to know us better and what we're trying to do. Yeah. And some more, a lot of collaboration, a lot of partnerships. We got this food security program coordinator in Heidelberg about that. So we're well on our way. We and I don't think we'll ever arrive, right? But we're on the mission. We want to do this, and we're just agents, you know, just like everybody else in the room. Yeah, cross department food security, like we're de-siloing, that's the right word, you know, and working with all of the departments. And I said we would nowhere be near where we are today without all the help from our departments at Tlingit, Haida, and developing other partnerships along the way. Yeah, we want to stack them. We want as many partnerships and as a bigger, stronger us. Here's our fish camp. We just got done with our last one. So we put a fish camp on for adults, and as you can see, it was weird. It was a great camp. It was our first time. We had never done it before. Again, we're not going to wait for perfect, but the folks that participated are tribal members that, you know, whether they were elder or young adults. They all just had a great experience, and we were just so happy to share that space with them and the knowledge that was passed down to us. That's not our knowledge, it's not mine, right? It's our knowledge that's been passed down to us, and to be able to reawaken, if that's the right word, but just develop those connections for folks, because we understand there's a lot of programming directed towards children and the youth and the elderly, which rightfully so, they're our future and they should. But where there's a gap we've been finding is that level for adults, right? Folks, especially folks that live in urban areas that don't have access to that way of life that I have in my back pocket, that just I take for granted. And I say that and I feel bad about it because I don't want to take it for granted, right? But then we have an opportunity there to fill those gaps, provide those connections to those young adults, older people, older adult, whatever it is, everybody. And they brought their children to the camp the whole time. And the children, they weren't hell raisers. They were great the whole time. And this was smokehouse camp. I mean, it was like, it was amazing, like community that was built, right? We were all strangers before that. And then when we left, and the smiles and the teamwork and the dabs and the hugs and the high fives, it was just remarkable. But that's, so we were able to, as well as we're waiting for the smoke, I was really happy to bring up Ed from Haida to build a beach seine for the Traditional Food Security Department, right? And we're going to build more beach seines. We're going to have more smokehouse camps. We're going to have seaweed festivals. We're going to have gumboot camps. We're going to have cockles. I mean, we're going to have to do all of these things. We are, and we're not going to wait for perfect. But yeah, I'll let Tony speak to that a little bit.
Well, yeah, this was an awesome camp. I love hosting camps. Obviously in Heidelberg, we've done a long-term 20-year camp, and with the pandemic, we haven't had one in a little while. But integral in these camps is that transfer of information to our people and our communities, right? And so our strong ties in our community, the land and the resources are strengthened through these camps when we educate ourselves about the fish, where it comes from and how to care for it, how to process it, and how to enjoy that process. Because one of the ladies at the camp was scared of the camp because of the physical limitations she felt. And a lot of times we find ourselves making excuses of why we can't do what we're supposed to do. And we got to take that out of the context, because our kids are now making those excuses because we're allowing them to become complacent and entitled. I'll say it. I'm living with some of them. I am one of them. But only entitled to the sense that I feel entitled to our sovereignty and to the food that's in front of us. And I take ownership over that. I'll speak to that anywhere we go. And I believe the narrative, like we're speaking here, has to change. We have to put the words in the mouths of our kids and our young adults that we own this. It's ours. It ain't somebody else's. And if you look at actually what they say they are, they're managers. You know what they manage? Our resource. And so I'm glad that we're taking a step, and our leadership has seen the value of getting our people engaged in this lifestyle, getting us back into camps, connecting the dots with our kids, making sure they understand that it's not hard. It's really hard. Like, this ain't easy. It's not hard. It's really hard to be an Indian, to be a native, to live off the land, to invest that time, energy, and resource. And to be able to share that through a camp like this and see literally the smiles of the kids. I got another nephew now, a big Simpson boy from Heather. Now he's going to come to Heidelberg, so created this. I want to steal him, because that kid asked every question and he put his hands to work and was inquisitive, and all he wanted to do was hunt and fish. Now those are, what do we call unicorns in our world, because I say it all the time. I'm also wearing another hat. I'm federal board chair. What the most extinct species in the state is hunters and fishermen, and guys who do it for their people. And so to be able to build a program and try to support and elevate that in each of our communities. And we've seen a lot of support. We have all the infrastructure at hand. It's called natural resource programs, tribal governments with sovereign rights to take care of our people. And so this food security is truly, I think, the backbone of how we're going to move forward. And this is the new era for us young adults who kind of weren't involved in a whole lot of stuff. We grew up underneath umbrellas, created by somebody else. And this is our opportunity to create a narrative that I'm proud to be a part of, that can change how we construct the future for our kids, how they're going to engage with the resource, because loss of fishing power and those platforms lost food security. 20 boats in my community with 5 guys on each of them was 100 guys working that brought home fish off of those boats. After that happened, we taxed the heck out of all of our rural little creeks till we're almost killing the sockeye off, like you heard at Co-op, like we see at Haida Lake, like we see at Gunalchéesh, like we see across the region. And now we're having to fight different, and it's not a fight, it's a way we can network through these experiences, and the value that the land holds for us will be lifted up through creating relationships with the people. And the louder we speak the same language, the more they listen. And so that's what we've been doing in the last 3-4 months, is dialing down our dialogue, washing away all the rhetoric, and getting down to the true essence of what it is food security means for us. And that means to train the next generation on how important it is to find that nutritional balance, spiritual balance, and connection. Because if we don't reconnect with our children, who's going to? The boogeyman's going to reconnect with them. So is the sugar bug, and then next is diabetes. That's why I have it, because I was not mindful to what we ingest in our bodies really takes away from the essence of who we are. And who we are is what we eat. And so food security for us is a picture of what we're going to protect. And it's the way of life. It's like we said, it's the activity that we engage in and create these relationships that don't exist in a monetary system. We're a subsistence-based economy that trades and barters, and he gets cockles, I get shrimp. So I eat more smoked cockles than shrimp because I like his smoked cockles. So it's a trade, right? Like he comes down and hunt there. We have to reciprocate it and come hunt up here. That's our value system, right? Somebody gives you a gift, you have to accept it back. So I was so happy to see the gift from the chief of Bella Bella to us to share his knowledge was regifted by John, who gifted me 15 or 18 years ago on a culture camp held by Tlingit at Haida here in Juneau. And I said, I'm back, and we held a smokehouse camp, John. And I was trying to remember his name, and there he is, that John Smith. So thank you. And so it's like a full cycle, and that's what this food security is we live by the tides. We know the moon phases. We watch them with our science eyes, because if you're out there and you live it every single day, then you see that the signs and the symbols in our environment give us all the indications of when it's time to move and when it's time not to move. And the optics of that is you have to be out there. Get off your cell phone, get off the couch, get in a boat, hike up a hill, do something outside of your normal day. And what you end up feeling is an asset camp full of people that were exhausted on day 3, barely wanting to drag themselves there. But when they walked away from that camp with armloads of fish, like this, here's how they all looked. And it was so cute. I was like, no, really, it's yours. Take it. Because the value of this to somebody who doesn't have it, can't go get it, it's priceless. To share that with somebody makes us wealthy. No more, no less. What transaction do we need other than the hand and the land, and from man to woman, to respect everything in every relationship and all be on the same playing field and all together. So that's kind of the reciprocity. And so just thank you guys for listening. I get a little bit deep into my cultural value system, but it's how we touch each other, and it's how we express the meaningfulness to us, to the people we serve, which is us in this room and the people that we serve as our tribal membership. And so we want them to eat good, feel good, and stay healthy and strong forever. That's our mission.
On behalf of us urban Indians, we want to thank you guys. Okay, it is lunchtime. We have time for one question, but after that, feel free to talk to Anthony and Tony afterwards.
Thanks, Ray. What an amazing presentation. Guys, yeah, Eddie's still out there working, finishing it up. Good job. Anyway, to back you guys up on politically, I don't know, and this is mainly for our tribal citizens and leaders that are sitting in the room. The Executive Council established, we made a motion to put together the Southeast Alaska Tribal Fish and Game Commission, so we can fight the federal government and the state government on an equal playing field.
So, we're still, I think that's the lines and resources. I don't know where it's at now, but that's gonna be coming to fruition pretty soon. So that's another avenue that's gonna back you guys' program up, is that commission. So thank you guys. Yeah.
Thank you, Rob. And really quickly, I mean, just hearing all this and then chatting with some of my colleagues and stuff, there's so much opportunity in the guardians aspect of this though, too. I mean, one of the great opportunities we see in the subsistence gathering is that we can provide science behind some of that stuff too, gather data, which leads to power. We can have it in our back pocket. So there's so much opportunities to discuss on that. And we will probably, later this afternoon, we break out into small groups. These are the things we want to hear. So keep that in mind. Everyone can go to lunch. We will start at 1 o'clock. My apologies for some of the short timing, but it is an exciting day. We want to get through it. Thank you guys. Thank you, Tony and Anthony.
Grab your raffle tickets on the way out too.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed your lunch. In part of my hyperness for today, I got ahead of myself and I read out the title of the wrong presentation during Anthony and Tony's presentation. And yeah, I got something reversed. And so right now, I'd like to introduce Nate Soblock, who will be talking about the Southeast Tribal Fish and Game Advisory Board and the Southeast Alaska Subsistence Coalition. Earlier presentation, that was the harvesting and preservation of traditional food. So my apologies on that, just being a little hyper for the day. But with that, I'd like to introduce Nate Soblock with Central Council Tlingit and Haida in our grants department. Thank you, Nate.
All right. Good to see you, Ray. Thank you. So yeah, my name is Nathan Soboleth Kakina, Nadi IGAP. So that's the Raven Dog Salmon Central House in Angoon, but I'm Juneau boy, born and raised here. I am the director of the Grants and Resources Department, and this presentation really focuses on the and resources side of things, because the grant functions of the tribe. He helps fund a lot of projects, buoys them up. But sometimes there are initiatives that need to start happening within the tribe, and everybody that's already with the tribe is busy doing 1,000 different things. So subsistence and a number of issues are an area of expertise that I've had professionally for 25 years now. And so with that, I'm supposed to be able to just click on the mouse here, left click. Marco. Maybe you need to wake up. Okay, so as Anthony touched on, and in case you guys don't know, Anthony's former life, but still that he still does, is he's the oyster man. And so the world really is our oyster, and the time is now. Everything is ripe for the taking in the tribal side of things. That when it comes to subsistence, there's been a long history of co-management and state and federal management things that have occurred regarding our subsistence resources. But really, it's been within the past couple of years that the stage is really set, or the tide is out and ready for picking, that we are able to really maximize the opportunities that are available to us, while at the same time pushing the envelope to try and expand what should be our inherent rights, these side of things. So really, if you guys take anything away from this presentation, it's that Tlingit and Haida is proactively moving in the direction of expanding our subsistence rights and our activities partially by doing and also by advocating. And so the traditional sphere in that they are actually going out and doing these things, and the coalition and some of the work that I'm doing in the subsistence realm is really policy and interaction and co-management. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to look. I guess I'll keep looking over here. So the Land Resources Department there's a number of areas that we cover, and I talked about that in the intro. And so we're going to focus on subsistence. But these are just some of the things that fall under my purview of the Grants and Resources Department. These are all areas that I've got expertise in and I've worked on for a long time, but so much of it is, place-based, and subsistence is a key tenet of that. And so we already have launched the traditional food security program that started out within the Grants and Resources Department, and very quickly transitioned over to Native Lands and Resources. So one of the key things that we've been working on of the coalition that the tribe is forming is that the issue of blood quantum has been very tenuous with Native peoples across the nation. And everybody knows within their own family or extended family and others that there's problems with it. Trying to define who we are has pushed a lot of us into a box and into the corner, and it doesn't work for the tribe. And so along those lines, President Peterson and others, we no longer use blood quantum on our enrollment cards, and we no longer use it to define who is an Alaska Native based on how much it is. There are some people that do track it and follow it and use it. But really, the tribe is moving beyond that, because we're no longer going to be beholden to this construct of what is. And so one of the central issues of blood quantum applies to the harvest of marine mammals. When I was in high school in the 1990s, got involved in harvesting marine mammals, and I worked as a harbor seal biosampler for the Alaska Native Harbor Seal Commission. Worked on the harvest surveys with the Department of Fish and Game, and a stand-in for the Indigenous Peoples Commission on Marine Mammals. I'm currently a tagger for the Fish and Wildlife Service for stellar sea lions and sea otters. And what that means is, so there was a long history of the Marine Mammal Protection Act when it was written in 1971, the founders of that act knew that the issue of blood quantum was going to be a problem, and they absolutely sidestepped it when it was originally authored. And so in the 1990s, the issue of blood quantum was applied to the Marine Mammal Protection Act illegally by agents trying to figure out, well, who is an Alaska Native that can hunt marine mammals? And so the definition of an Alaska Native person, which was defined as quarter blood under ANCSA, was taken from the ANCSA legislation and applied illegally to the Marine Mammal Protection Act, even though the original authors of the Marine Mammal Protection Act didn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. So what does that mean? What are we going to do about it? Is that well, I guess it's two slides forward. Is that the advisory council that Tlingit and Haida formed really builds upon the tribe not having or using blood quantum. And in conversation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA, who have jurisdiction for sea lions, harbor seals, polar bears, walrus, whales, and sea otters, what I was trying to say is that because it was illegally applied, we had been told in person at various conferences that you are able to petition, and by having the Blood Quantum Act in the Marine Mammal Protection Act, they were just trying to define who is eligible to harvest these things, but they will acknowledge, if written and requested, that tribal enrollment be acceptable. And to date, nobody has done that, but Tlingit and Haida is. So in addition to the blood quantum issue, our traditional food security program, it partially builds upon our subsistence overall initiative and program, is that we are collecting data with the subsistence foods that are gathered, distributed, processed. We're keeping notes on the costs involved, how much people are given. It's because historically, when the tribes have talked with state or federal agencies, we have been reliant upon other people's data that's been collected, and we're frequently outgunned. We've been talked about in terms of being able to provide traditional econological knowledge, which is sometimes get discredited or not given the same standing weight as peer-reviewed data. But so our traditional food security program and other things that we're doing is we are collecting and quantifying data that will be analyzed and used by our Native Lands and Resources programs to give us that scientific foundation that will allow us to argue for our inherent rights when it comes to divvying up the pie based on science. So that's the strategy of the tribe of what we're doing. You heard Vice President Sanderson talk about our advisory council, that Fish and Game Advisory Board that was formed through EC 2171, and then followed also with our EC Resolution 2075, where the tribe officially protested against the use of blood quantum. And by having a advisory board, in addition to a coalition made up of the tribes that join the advisory board, it gives us more standing and more power when we officially present that letter to the head of the NOAA Alaska Region Office, which is John Curlin, and the regional director for the Alaska Fish and Wildlife Service, Sarah Borio. That gives us So more tribes that join the advisory board and the coalition will give us more power, and we will be listened to. And they're really looking for a singular voice in order to communicate with. Not that tribes will be not listened to on an independent basis, but it's kind of like a clearinghouse, a way to make sure that the message gets out there. So in short order, you know, even as recent as, you know, a month or two from now, we could be in a situation where Southeast Alaska tribal citizens whose tribes have joined the coalition will be able to harvest marine mammals regardless of their blood quantum. So, all right, that was the letter that we already talked about. But you know, some of the things about, you know, in the letter that we have ready to go to those agencies is we talk about being conscious of the potential for biological removal for animals. You know, these are some of the things that the agencies are concerned about. But you know, by opening up the floodgates, but you know, the harvest of stellar sea lions, harbor seals, and sea otters is actually far below the potential biological removal numbers. But agencies want to know that we as a tribe are competent enough and aware of these kinds of things. We also have the ability to, you know, direct hunters, and also, but we, as you've seen with our traditional food security program, we're able to, you know, talk to hunters, teach hunters, you know, do all these things to make sure that we are, you know, managing our resources correctly. But the agencies just want to know that there'll be a tie back to it. But you know, the loss of not being able to harvest marine mammals has been detrimental to you know, to many of us. And you know, again, referencing our traditional food security program, some of that knowledge, you know, if it hasn't been lost, which it hasn't, but it's been collectively diminished in, you know, its availability. But you know, we are able to, at the tribe now, you know, to have these programs where we share, harvest, and teach how to use these resources correctly. And you know, everything kind of builds upon a foundation of you know, being able to teach. And so we really are at this unique point in time where the tribe is able to tribes, because it's not just like, you know, it's a collective tribes, are able to present our case to these agencies, and we can actually make something. The blood quantum is one issue in harvesting of marine mammals, but there's a lot of things that tribes can do right now today without even spending $1. For example, the use of subsistence halibut cards, you know, all tribal citizens are able to get one. It's more of an issue if you live in urban areas such as Juneau and Ketchikan, but you know, tribal citizens are able to get those. But in addition to that, you know, some people have complained that the ability to only hook to go out and set 20 or 30 hooks is limiting, but each tribe is able to apply for a shark card for a community harvest permit or a ceremonial permit or an educational permit, which allows you to harvest in normally closed waters, or also it allows you to have more hooks or allows you to have more fish on board. So that's something that you can do today. And then, you know, the advisory council will also, you know, help work to expand subsistence for local tribes. But again, another thing that can be done is we as tribal citizens haven't been flexing our muscles, our abilities, like to go and use proxies. You know, I'm really waiting for this fall when Anthony and Tony, you know, puts out a blank solicitation saying, okay, all of your aunties and uncles and grandmas and grandpas who are too old and unable to hunt, send us your proxies and we'll go out and we'll harvest these. And all of a sudden, Fish and Game gets inundated with, how come we're seeing an extra 4,000 proxies, you know, go out for harvesting deer? But we can do that. We can do that as a tribe. So there's some things that you can be done right now for free, and that's just some of the things that we're doing here at the tribe. So did it go backwards? No, okay, so yeah, I already talked about the letter that could go out. Yeah, okay, so, you know, please, by all means, Marco has, this is my email. And we are already, I think it was back in November, December, once the executive council passed the resolution, we sent out to the current list of tribal contacts a copy of a template resolution that your tribe could use to join the coalition. You guys could cut it up, slice it however you want, and send the resolution back. And then we provided copies of the two resolutions that kind of supports where the tribe is, and a letter from President Peterson. But by all means, please do reach out and email myself or the tribe, and then present that resolution template to your councils. And you know, the more tribes that we have join the advisory board, and then also the coalition for blood quantum, you know, the more powerful voice we will have, and the quicker things will happen. And things are, you know, occurring rapidly, but really, you know, the tribe, Tlingit and Haida, is we are actively doing these things. We're seeing great results, and these are just things that we should have been doing all along, and that are, you know, legal to. But it really builds upon the foundation of, if you are doing these things, then that gives you the ability to go out and communicate and talk with the agencies if management is not working. But there's a lot that can be done that we just aren't doing. So Gunalchéesh, that's what I got.
Thank you. And we do have some time for a couple questions before we move on to our next presenter. I'd like to open the floor. Tony, I have a mic coming towards you right now. Tony from Kitchkan Indian Community. Question, I don't know if you covered, I think I missed it, but who makes up the board right now?
So right now, I think we only have 2 other tribes that have signed on, so we don't even have a basis for a quorum, and we don't really have that set out either. It's like we haven't met or done anything because we only just put the word out, and we've been waiting to hear back from, you know, other tribes. So can't speak about that yet.
Okay, as staff, I heard rumors about this, but I haven't heard anything concrete, so I'll follow up with you later.
Thank you, Tony. Any more questions or comments?
I want to know who came up with the regulations about for subsistence fishermen to only have 20 to 30 hooks. When there's commercial fishermen out there, like with thousands of hooks. Like that's something I want to know.
So the subsistence halibut rules were made, I want to say in the early 2000s, but it was as soon as limited the quota system came on, and the NOAA started tracking the harvest of charter halibut. They quickly realized that there's a finite pot for halibut, and so everything was divvied up that way, and they realized, like, oh my gosh, we severely underestimated the sport catch of halibut. But we severely underestimated the sport charter halibut catch. We've underestimated we have no idea about sport or subsistence as like how much. So they knew that the sport regulations for halibut were, they didn't want to go out and give them more than the 2 hook limit that's allowed under state regulation, but they knew that subsistence, there had to be something in it. So that was kind of I wasn't present at that time. I was working with a few people that were involved in it, but I didn't live and breathe that. So I don't know how they came up with that. I think it was just like a reasonable, based on the number of kind of reported, they're like, well, you know, that's a reasonable amount of halibut to process in a day. So I hope you see some emails from people requesting those documents.
Thank you, Nate. Gunalchéesh. All right. Appreciate that, Nate. Thank you very much. Right now, we'll go ahead and introduce Aaron Poe with the Alaska Conservation Foundation, and he'll be talking about the fish habitat mapping app. This is something I'm hoping personally, as we're developing our Guardians group, that we can have an app in this manner, and based off all the stuff that we're working on and gathering. So I think this is a good presentation for us to kind of listen to and hopefully model after. Aaron?
Well, Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa, for allowing me to come and speak to you all, and Gunalchéesh and Háw'aa for Tlingit and Haida to continue to put on such an excellent conference every fall, and particularly given some of the challenges right now with bringing people together in person, it's really more important than ever it seems. So, folks, I work for an organization based on Dena'ina lands in Anchorage called the Alaska Conservation Foundation, and we've been around for about 40 years. Basically trying to support tribes and communities as best we can. Over that time, we've grown and learned, learned some hard lessons, learned some good lessons about how to be a good partner to communities and tribes. And I always just like to offer the caveat that when I say conservation, I'm not talking about my father's 1900s version of conservation. It's not about keeping people off the land. It's finding ways to help people remain connected to the land and be the real advocates and stewards that people have been since time immemorial, and particularly obviously in that case with Indigenous communities. So that's a lot of our focus. More recently, we've started investing in a lot of partnerships. And so I think hopefully everybody in the room is familiar with the Sustainable Southeast Partnership. I think that was some of our best learning we did as an organization in terms of how to show up and how to be beneficial to tribes, particularly here in the Southeast. And just by a little bit more way of introduction, some of the other partnerships that we work with, that's where the project I'm going to talk about today comes from these partnerships. The Northern Latitudes partnerships, I think you guys maybe heard Dennis mention that this morning. There's 3 of these across the kind of Northwest Canada, so transboundary, with that Northwest Boreal Partnership in the east, the Western Alaska Partnership, and the Aleutian Bering Sea Initiative in the far west in the Bering. I definitely just wanted to introduce you guys to these partnerships if you're not aware of them. They're similar to the Sustainable Southeast Partnership. They're directed by steering committees composed of tribes, agencies, NGOs, academic institutions, and basically trying to figure out how do we kind of break down these silos, how do we come together in a good way to facilitate conservation, adaptation, and stewardship kinds of endeavors. And increasingly, these partnerships are really focused on how do we help and facilitate Indigenous-led stewardship. So that gets me to the kind of the next the meat of what I wanted to introduce. I will get to talking about something called Fish Map app in a minute here, but again, I just want to acknowledge and recognize where this comes from. This technology and this innovation comes from the Aleut community of St. Paul Island. It's the tribal government for one of the Pribilof Islands in the middle of the Bering Sea, probably one of the more remote communities maybe in the entire US, I guess, as I think about how hard it is to get to that place. But this community has basically been building this kind of technology apparatus and sort of knowledge base that they're really interested in sharing with other communities. And we've been fortunate enough through those Northern Latitudes partnerships to be working with them for about the last 5 or 6 years. So essentially the goal of what they're now calling the Indigenous Sentinels Network is really to figure out how they can offer their fellow tribes support and help for technology, kind of environmental monitoring type efforts, anything that can kind of propel tribes towards Indigenous-led stewardship. So that's been a lot of their focus for almost the last kind of 20 or so years. This next slide sort of represents maybe a summary of what this tool is, or this network, this system that they've built over the last 20 years. We heard actually just in the last talk about a movement towards localizing the management of marine mammals. That was very much at the core of what caused Indigenous Sentinels Network to come into being. Essentially, the tribe was really frustrated with the agencies and the Pribilofs for managing their fur seal harvest. And they wanted to collect their own data and do their own monitoring and do their own harvest monitoring, frankly, because they wanted that data. It was important to them, and they can, at that time, trust the agencies were handling it in a good way. They wanted it to be their own thing. So over the 20 years, they moved on from kind of first seal monitoring. They've done all sorts of different types of monitoring. There's a whole bunch of different custom protocols, basically anything from like marine mammals stranding to coastal erosion to water temperature, that they have gone and found the kind of scientists, connected the scientists with their indigenous knowledge holders, and figured out how to build essentially apps, smartphone apps is a lot of what driven by the system is driven by, to help tribes collect this kind of information. A key thing that they, again, with this whole kind of data sovereignty type of issue, was that they wanted tribes to have ownership of this data. That tribes get to determine who they want to share things with, who they don't want to share things with. And so that's kind of at the heart of this Indigenous Sentinels Network technology. Again, this kind of bringing together the Indigenous knowledge, the TPK, and the Western science. This is sort of the philosophy that the tribe has, that they don't see it as, you know, they're basically like two parts of a coin, two sides of a coin, I think is how their president talks about it. That bringing these two things together, the Indigenous knowledge and the science, is really the strength that they see to be able to manage their resources. And the other, you know, kind of key tenet that they really believe strongly in is that this kind of adaptation, this kind of stewardship that we're all facing, the needs to be on the front lines of, or I should certainly say, tribes are facing the need to be on the front lines of, really can't happen unless they're involved in leading the way, and this kind of technology really helps make that happen. I will just quickly say too, it was originally referred to as Bearing Watch, so it's bearingwatch.org for more information on it. Just really quickly, so it is a smartphone apps are kind of the thing that people most gravitate towards too when they're thinking about what it does. It also has online databases that again allow people for tribes to manage their own information, share their own information. It has a series of communication tools so you can generate canned reports or that kind of thing based on the data that's being collected, and then training books and whatnot for the various protocols involved. I'll just give a couple of examples here on this slide of the types of apps that there are. I mentioned a few earlier. One of the things that, as we've heard already this morning, and makes complete sense, of course, is the need to manage harvest. And actually even one of the apps is expanding and looking at sharing and being able to document the extent of sharing that happens in these huge tribal networks. There's a group of interior tribes that are interested in building that alongside of the Indigenous Sentinels Network folks. The one that I promised we will get to talking about is FishNav app. There's just a variety of these that have been put together over the years when a tribe comes to Elliott Community of St. Paul and says, hey, we have these monitoring needs, could you help us develop that? And I guess I would also just point out too that help happens from start to finish. That even means that they will sit down and help write grants with tribes to be able to get the resources to develop apps, to really put folks in the field to collect data. So it really is kind of a top to bottom kind of thing that they're offering to help. One app I'll just point out, and it's similar to Skipper Science in that it's not exclusively for tribes. It's actually something that the tribe is producing and sharing with partners and people who know how to work in good ways with tribes. So that's the Skipper Science, so working with some of the small boat commercial fishing fleets that are around communities for them to be able to document environmental change. And then this FishMap app is kind of in that same vein as well. So just to quickly show, these are sort of the Aleut or the Anangan communities where have been using a variety of these apps. I guess the Yuba community as well in Cooper Bay over the past kind of 20 or so years. You heard Dennis talking this morning about tribal conservation districts. We were fortunate enough to get a grant through Natural Resources Conservation Service to help bring this kind of technology to 5 different tribal conservation districts around the state. So definitely kind of expanding out from the Bering Sea into other parts of Alaska right now. Just a quick look to kind of give you a sense of this is kind of like the tech nerds or whatever in the audience, but these are the types of drop-down menus that you'd see on your smartphone or your iPad that can, again, fully customizable to whatever the data needs are that you might have if you're collecting. Oh, I should back up. It's dangerous to try and back up. One of the key thing I forgot to mention right off is you see this kind of the save and upload component. This doesn't need to have cellular service or Wi-Fi service to be active. These are deployed to work again in the most remote communities in the state, where you can go and collect that data on your field endeavors or your hunts or whatever it might be, and then you bring it back and it uploads to the online databases once you're in Wi-Fi space. Just a kind of a work planning tool is this database dashboard. That's another component to it where you can actually see where the community might have their planned out surveys, and a sort of an administrator kind of person can look at what's planned for the coming months or the coming seasons ahead. So that's kind of a nice tool that it has. Again, I mentioned these kind of like endeavors to be able to share data, again, with the choice of who the tribe wants to share the data with. Scheduling calendar, just a variety of these kind of like technical tools to help keep the surveys going. And finally, to Fish Map app. So, I basically felt really obliged to give that background so that folks know where this is coming from, where the technology and innovation is coming from. But I think oftentimes it helps to literally show you something that we've been able to produce working with Indigenous Sentinels Network. And this website here is live. You can go check that out. I should mention this app has literally been launched basically kind of the last 2 weeks. It was actually beta tested last year through the folks at Prince of Wales Tribal Conservation District, and actually a Tribal Conservation District out in Toxicity as well. But it's fully available, free for download at that website there. And I think it's helpful. I think probably most people in this room are familiar with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game's Anadromous Waterers catalog. But that's kind of the base of the problem that we're trying to solve with this app, is that there's huge amounts of streams that are just basically don't have any level of protection across the state from any potential development. There's also this dynamic that fish are straying to different streams that they've never been in before. And at the same time, we're recognizing that the local people in all these communities actually know where all the fish are. They've been harvesting them for thousands of years. And so if there's a way that you can kind of crowdsource this, specifically figure out ways to get it to tribes to be using, then these areas can be protected under that database. So that's kind of the whole thrust of it. And hopefully the graphic is sort of clear there, but sort of the Mendenhall Valley area, you can see some of these streams in blue. I bet if we had this as like a full-size map on a table, there's people in this room who could come and look at what's in the catalog, even in a relatively easy place to get to. And you'd probably be like, oh, it's actually not complete. Fish actually get further up this stream than you're showing in that catalog right now. So it's that kind of a thing that we're hoping folks can help improve on. And this is the audience participation part of the talk. This is where you're literally allowed to look at your smartphone and not be doing Facebook. Try this out if you want. I think it's actually kind of a slick tool. Again, with that whole idea of people know where the fish are that are in their local communities. And basically with this texting tool, you can text, it won't charge you anything. It's an 855 number, which is never an 800 number. But you can text the word fish to that number, and it'll ask you what your community is, and then it'll text you back a satellite photo. So I just did this one this morning just as an example, but I put the word in the town of Skagway in just to see, hey, where are the fish mapped around there? So as you see, like the things that show up in blue lines, that's what's currently in Fish and Game's catalog. And I would guess if we had people from Skagway here, which hopefully we do, yay, you might be able to look at that map and be like, hey, I know places that are not currently in that catalog. So again, that's just trying to illustrate, but please do text it. It's kind of fun. It's actually neat to look at these satellite maps of areas around your community and be able to share it via your phone. So I think that's maybe as many of the words as I was going to say. And Marco has an awesome video that will feature some familiar faces, I hope, to people in the room. It tries to say in 4 minutes and 7 seconds, how this app works, sort of why we created it, and what we're hoping folks might use it for. Thanks for listening to my words. And while he's doing that, did anybody actually text fish? Did anybody do the thing? Did it work? Oh, thank God. Okay. Yeah, I tested it this morning and I was like, does it help if I lean over your shoulder? I see it.
Salmon, Dolly Varden, hooligan, whitefish. From the sea to freshwater spawning habitat, anadromous fish mean a lot to Alaskans. Protecting fish habitat means protecting the well-being of our communities, way of life, and ecosystems.
culturally, it's a part of the staple diet for many of the indigenous people here in Alaska.
Yeah, salmon, it's the number one species that we rely on in this area.
It's really common for people, native and non-native, to be out fishing in the summertime to get their share of their fish for the winter. And then economically, Alaska is huge in the fishing industry, so it's one of those really important resources that we have here in Alaska.
The Alaska Department of Fish and Game is tasked with documenting water bodies that are important habitat for the spawning, rearing, or migration of anadromous fish in the Anadromous Waters Catalog and Atlas, or AWC. Streams and lakes specified in the AWC are afforded protections under the Anadromous Fish Act. Despite ongoing efforts to add water bodies to the AWC, significant gaps in its coverage remain, particularly in remote and difficult to access regions of Alaska. Now, you can join the effort to fill in those habitat gaps. Through a new, easy-to-use smartphone app, you can submit observations while you're out on the land.
So having this app be a way to get boots on the ground and have people be the power in the data is pretty unique in order to help fill that data gap and get more information about the anadromous waters and streams and fish species that are there. And so with climate change and the shifts that are occurring and the environment changing in ways that we can't keep up with, this is another way to showcase and track that.
That's all the regions in here, Arctic, interior, south central, southeast, southwest.
By helping to map where these fish exist, all you need to do is find some fish, fill out a few simple data fields, collect photos, and hit submit.
I'd say, I think that this is one of those tools that I hope we can use to crowdsource this data. Because there are people who go places that I haven't really been, even on this island. I've been to a lot of places.
We got a lot of trappers around here. People that just go out and sightsee it and try to go to remote areas where people haven't been. And I think they would love to use that.
Here's the kicker. Submit an observation that the Alaska Department of Fish and Game approves as new data, and we'll send you money to reward your efforts. We're hoping to solve the challenge of uncatalogued fish habitat by learning from the people that know the land best, you.
So whether we're talking about the economic benefit of protecting the habitat of anadromous fish or the cultural benefit or the everyday recreational joy that we get by utilizing the streams and rivers, it's important to all Alaskans.
This app could change a lot of what we do and how we see the interaction between the forest and the streams and fish in the forest.
I mean, there are so many species that all play a part in order to have a proper functioning ecosystem. We've been able to harness what we harvest from the land. We don't cultivate the land, the land cultivates us.
This app was made possible through a collaboration between the Indigenous Sentinels Network, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and the Northern Latitudes Partnerships.
I think that's maybe it. And if you throw my last slide up there, there'd be a contact information. Again, just throwing this out as an idea, if it is true that we are going to pay people for submissions, if you know some enterprising folks that you work with, enterprising young people that want to make some money in their outdoor adventures, this is what we're trying to experiment with and see if we can figure out a way to, as Quinn said, to crowdsource the collection of the data. And yeah, I'm happy to take any questions. If there are some, I'm definitely happy to talk to anyone who wants to sign up. Again, you can download right now, but if you want to connect, have us do a training for your tribe or community, we're happy to do something like that too. Geez, thank you.
That's some comment. You don't get to get off. All right.
Wow, I'm very excited about that because I was just thinking as a cultural specialist who works with students, this would be such an awesome opportunity for them to go hiking. And I was just sharing, I wouldn't go out hiking for no reason. I'm not the type of hiker that goes out to just view the beautiful ocean or waters or lakes. It's all about harvesting and preserving. If I was gonna go take a big hike, but I could see myself doing it now. And so again, Gunalchéesh, and thank you for sharing.
Gunalchéesh. Yeah, the first time I had actually ever heard about the Indigenous Waters Catalog was 20 or so years ago, and it was a group of students from I think it's a high school in Seward, actually found out that the stream that goes right through the town there wasn't in the catalog. And we went and collected the data, again, paper, pencil, that kind of a thing. We just said, wow, it could be that easy. So let's try to build something that helps. Frank?
What about intellectual property and proprietary nature of that knowledge? Because once that goes into a public space, then we're giving up our key food gathering areas. And in the olden days, people died for that knowledge.
Yeah, it's definitely a conversation that we've had, because it's very clear from the website that once you are doing this, you're contributing this. It's going to the state database. And so I've heard kind of both sides of it. The other concern is that it's not in that state database and it doesn't have a level of protection associated with it. Yeah.
Any more comments or questions? Two more, one right here, and then I'll get back to Victoria.
Super quick. So gathering this type of information could be seen as baseline data collection for your GAP grant. You'd have to have probably a lightweight QAPP in place. We can work through those questions, but it could be that part of a GAP work plan, because a water that is classified as a stream for androgynous fish, anyhow, you guys know, has extra protections for then waters that are not labeled as salmon bearing or fish bearing. The other thing to think about, and I couldn't sleep the other night, I watched something on the public access station, and it was a presentation on the number of new streams that are being opened up as the glaciers recede, that there are potentially many thousands of miles more of salmon bearing streams that have not been available for salmon and other fish. So it's kind of, this is a very cool app. It could be part of your work plan. So yeah, thanks. That's really interesting.
Michelle, I'll just quickly say too, because it's a tribe that's building these various apps, they do produce a quality assurance plan, the QAP, so what that's called. So they have those associated with these smartphone apps too, so that they can be used for EPA funded baseline data collection.
Thank you for that, Michelle. Time for one more question and then we'll go on break.
Thank you, Frank, for mentioning, in regards to that data collecting. Is it something that is a joint effort that can be worked out to be able to work with the tribes regarding these sensitive areas?
I think the easiest thing would be to not have the sensitive areas be included, because unfortunately, and no offense to anyone who might be from Fish and Game and in the room, that they have a pretty strict process for these submissions. So yeah, I don't know of a way that could be submitted without being able to go into the catalog. But it's definitely something to think about.
I think that's something that we as a group here in Southeast, the Seacoast Guardians group, is going to be discussing how we're going to put in culturally sensitive areas and have them be there to ensure that we're changing policy or affecting policy and it's favorable for us. So yeah, that's something I think we all need to discuss.
And I will just quickly say too, because I realized what I presented is kind of two different pieces to the story, because again, Indigenous Sentinels Network, data sovereignty, and this is one of their products that doesn't have a data sovereignty component to it. But again, the point is to really try to impact policy and get these streams protected is the thinking behind it.
Just sharing, Google World, you ever been on there, you can actually look in some of the geographical locations or in traditional names. I was on there just goofing around, and it's really interesting how all the rivers that Robert Sanders was sharing the other day, they're all connected all the way to Taku, the other rivers, go all the way down to Portland Canal. And so I'm just sharing a perspective for a minute to think about all these rights.
Yeah.
Gunalchéesh. All right, thank you, Aaron. Really appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. Please return back at 2:15. From there, we'll work to split you guys in groups. So feel free to just come back, get situated, and then we'll discuss how the rest of the afternoon will look.
Walk away from it. And we wanted to make a camp and do a 30-foot stage, but they were doing that. So I do this to make sure I'm in, and the guy looks at me and goes, "Oh, you can do that. You can do that." So this is a anchor, it's the rock. And it sits here, and we connect it right to it, bait right here, but it's on the bottom. Almost every species that's down there about fish, halibut, octopus, many other things. So this is traditional. And you can wear the bobber that was on the top. And that way you make it with the river, you couldn't see it. So all of a sudden when you catch something, it goes like that, and the light comes up. And then that way nobody sees you, it's that also. So this is trying to connect to what Mr. Program is talking about. I for sure know Harold Martin. He was actually the one who got those confidence. If I could set this, and then I could start trolling around it. Get my fish, cast out, and get some pockets, and then when it's sitting out there, I'll see it moving, and I just get it. And now we do other things that are leading to science that works for my friend here. The reason for we now the United States are getting to make it and the quality of the they didn't have that yet. We had to trade with some of our government. So
they're doing in the development of Guardians. But first, I wanted to just, Frank Brown is here. He wanted to share a video really quick before we get started, and then we'll go ahead and kick it off. It's a very short, brief video, it looks like, but just another one of the amazing work that they're doing that we need to showcase. Mark? It's a responsibility we have to protect our land.
It's a sacred part of who we are. Our environment is deteriorating.
It's really declining at such a drastic rate.
Rivers have been really low, our snow depths have been really low.
I've seen over the years, the effects of climate change have not been kind.
And what our communities are really excited about is having our own people as eyes and ears on the ground.
We travel this land all the time. We know more about the land than anybody else.
Guardian, somebody who protects the land.
There's so many amazing guardian programs happening right now.
The movement across the country. We need more land guardians.
C'est une campagne positive, c'est une campagne qui mobilise, c'est une campagne qui va rassembler. It's allowing us to now take our power back.
It's just more powerful when we work together. Well, the more people, the better.
Land needs guardians.
Thanks again to Frank for sharing the work and the videos that he's allowed us to see today. So briefly, I wanted to just discuss about where Tlingit and Haida is at, some of the work that we're doing and doing this in a collaborative effort. So just to kind of give you guys a fairly brief overview of what we've been doing. Tlingit and Haida has entered into a cost share agreement with the U.S. Forest Service. This is a 5-year agreement. We got this signed by President Peterson and the U.S. Forest Service, this agreement done October of 2020 to develop the Guardians program, or the Guardians Network, if you will. Since then, we've been working with regional partners to develop the Seacoast Indigenous Guardians Network, which we're calling right now, acronym is SIGN. With that though too, Elizabeth Thomas is going to be coordinating that effort. Again, I wanted to give thanks to Marco Bounda for the work he's done. And Elizabeth will be taking that over here in the future. So the goal of SIGN, the Southeast Seacoast Indigenous Guardian Network, is to create structure and support for tribes in addressing the community's priorities and needs. SIGN can provide funding to kickstart your own Guardians project. And as stated though too, you know, we're seeing projects happening right now. But the goal of the network is just to be able to help push those forward, provide funding, get the kickoff going, create that capacity. And so right now, one of those things that to incentivize that, Tlingit and Haida in that cost share agreement has roughly, we got $150,000 extra in this cost share to incentivize tribes to participating in the Guardians Network. Right now, we have it roughly at about $8,600 per tribe, which, you know, it's fairly small, but it helps cover some of the costs and labor that some staff can use to being a part of this group. You know, that's just an option. One of the other options we're looking at is to possibly use those funds for, say, holding a training. And you heard some of the great stuff that Frank was talking about earlier. So I think in prioritizing some of that money, I think I'm hoping to come out of today when we break up into groups is kind of getting an idea of what you guys see as priorities, what you see as goals, and what we can use those dollars for to better help push your guys' programs through. Earlier this week, I requested tribes to come with their ETEP. Some of you guys know what that is. Again, that's your EPA Tribal Environmental Plan. Those are essentially used to create your, see what your guys' tribes' priorities are on a natural resource and environmental concern. And, the ETEP is just essentially a starting ground for those priorities. We can always expand on it through today. But those help. You guys get an idea of what your guys' tribe's priorities are through your UTEP. And think back to what you guys heard this week. There were several presentations that, you know, are essentially our guardians programs that are working. And those are the things that we can take back with us as priorities. And what we hope to do, and I know we're in such a big group, but is possibly come up with a few goals. What are some regional priorities that we see that we can do collaboratively together? I think this will help us as we're developing this program out, really set the tone of ready-made projects that we can use to create accountability for ourselves, if you will. So we all know, and as we heard this week again, the great work that's being done. And sometimes those projects, they stall. And some of those reasons why they stall is the capacity issue. While the tribes are doing the great work, and let's just say, for instance, and this is just an instance, you have great people behind those projects at work. Unfortunately, we see people leave, and that kind of leaves the project in limbo. This is another opportunity to have, let's say, the science group, the science network, to essentially help keep that going while you're still trying to fill your capacity needs, if something like that were to happen. So throughout the day, the rest of the afternoon, we're gonna hear a few more discussions. One, Ralph Wolfe with the Southeast Sustainable Partnership to talk about what they're doing. And then Elizabeth Thomas to talk about the AYS, the Alaska Youth Stewards Program. And again, though, Elizabeth is also gonna be coordinating this effort in the Guardian. So we're gonna see a lot of her at the forefront in the future. So with that right now, I'd like to introduce Ralph Wolfe, the Southeast Sustainable Partnership.
So good to see everybody. Good to see some folks that I only see in Zoom land quite regularly, actually. So I'm Ralph Wolfe. I'm the program director for the Sustainable Southeast Partnership. I'm about 2 years in there now. Did with the network for about 5 though. So really excited to kind of be working with the team at NLR and looking at how looking forward through the Guardians Network and the greater impact that we can have as a region, collectively bringing ourselves together to kind of get some data mapping, some big projects going, and getting to a level of sovereignty and resilience in our region on a level that we haven't seen before. And I'm excited to be a part of that. But part of the work that I do is working on collaboration within the region, planning with communities going out. We focus on communities and projects that they are interested in and problems that they're dealing with within their communities. Looking at different approaches and different kind of ways we can look at helping communities out. That's a lot of the work with the SSB. A lot of the work I do is based on collaboration, and I think this is a great. Oh, great. Okay, I made me lose my spot. Oh, collaboration. My favorite word, collaboration. Bringing different folks together who don't necessarily have relationships or have sat at a table together before, and getting them to go through those hard conversations and work through problems that, you know, many agencies or community organizations are already dealing with, but on separate timeframes or lines. Bringing them together and being able to work forward through collaboration really makes a project gain steam faster and actually gets recognition from outside and brings in more resources. So looking through that lens and trying to figure out how we can continue to change the way that agencies do business within the region, looking at like the USDA, the federal government, the local city government, the tribe, kind of bringing all those guys together is a lot of the work that I get to do. Just creating that space and looking at how we can assist in helping our communities out within the region. And a big portion of that's looking at this Guardians program. I've been a part of this for 4 or 5 years now, and I'm excited to see it get up on its feet and be on the steering committee for that, and look forward to working with Elizabeth going forward and continuing to work with Ray to see how we can really make this look into working into something like what we have to the south with Canada and looking at the Sentinel network that's already going so heavily up north too. So just trying to figure a way that we can continue to keep our land the way it is for my kids and their kids is the real focus. So with that, I'll turn it over to Elizabeth.
He's just pulling up the presentation here. Okay, I don't want you to judge me here. I tried to revamp my slideshow and had some technical difficulties, so I'm just waiting to see some sort of typo in there. Shudanehi, honorable people. My name is Elizabeth Thomas. Kindaat Yuhatusak. My Tlingit name is Kindaat. It means high auntie. Chak nak Hatsi tea. I'm just crushing this, I know, I'm sorry. I am of Eagle Moiety. Kagwantan Ayahat. I am of Kagwantan clan. Suktanadi Yahad. Yuadi. Help. I am child of Suktanadi. Gunalchéesh Akwan. Well, hi everyone. I know a lot of you out there and online. I am originally from Juneau, Alaska. My family's descent is of Craig and also Fairbanks. And so in my growing up, I've had an interesting retrospect on different issues and strengths that different regions in Alaska have. And it's pretty awesome. This is my first time here at the Southeast Environmental Conference of Tlingit and Haida, and I'm really proud of it. I went to school originally for multimedia design and really passionate about that work, but I felt like I had a niche and just how I was gonna, find that was definitely a journey, but I'm really happy that I went back to school and have come back from school to see that the work I, wanted to begin is already begun. And so I commend all of you for being a part of that. And yeah, I'm just here to introduce myself, but also talk about this incredible program that's the Alaskan Youth Stewards. Next, or do I do it? So this is a quote you kind of hear echoed in various versions. Just the other day, we're hearing a presentation and it was, the land does not belong to us, but we belong to the land. And this is the kind of more profound meaning, but we all kind of here, I think, understand the essence of it, the core that sometimes to solve problems, we need to think about things differently. Oops. So just a little background, which I'm still learning about because there are so many moving parts in this program, but the Alaskan Youth Stewards, and this is a quote from the SSP website, but is essentially derived from the YCC Youth Conservation Corps and the Trails programs, training rural Alaskan youth leaders and students. And got a shout out to a couple in the crowd, well, one, and then Jesse, who also works with AYS, and then Eric Benedict is out there and he's the Angoon crew leader. And so it's really good to see your faces. And I know there's been echoes of so many partners, because there are so many people involved in this program. And but essentially, I mean, the goal is to provide training and workforce development for our rural youth and integrate natural resource management practices and trainings to help them succeed and open doors for new opportunities. Oops. Oops, did I do that? Oh. But yeah, over the summer, I've had the opportunity and the privilege to visit each community. And after living in Colorado for 7 years, it's definitely a different, Alaska's a different place than I remember it. And in some good ways and some bad. And the programs that are involved with each program reflects the community, and also some of the, you know, maybe some of what people want more, or I know that I'd like to personally see medical training more often in our communities, and perhaps that's something we can build into our Indigenous Guardians program, because I feel like once you take this medical first aid training, or, you know, wilderness first aid training, it's pretty imperative to the health and safety of your fellow community members. We good? Yeah. Oops. Wait. All right. Bear with me, guys. Sorry. Okay. So this is kind of some information that I had in my last presentation, but basically, I mean, there's a history of the specifics and the individual people that were involved, but essentially, I see the Alaskan Youth Stewards program starting from a need, right? We have an unmet need, and to me, it's the need for stewardship that aligns with cultural values of Indigenous people of Southeast Alaska. And then I think that the action of recognizing that need is something else, right? Like, we have to realize it and accept that it isn't a problem. And I think that's why a lot of us are here. And so, yeah, recognition of problem, individual and community recognition, need for reestablishing land stewardship that aligns with cultural values. And I think when you look at Indigenous Guardians, that is essentially what we're looking at. And so, and then the phase we're at now, it's the action is being taken. And there has been development of the programs to meet the need. And those programs are firing, I'm telling you. It's an awesome. I wish I could turn back the clock a little bit. I keep telling the crews, I'm like, well, you guys want to trade jobs? Let me know. And then this is just kind of reiterating a timeline, and that, you know, we were land stewards forever. And then in 2016, specifically Bob Gert and Bob Christianson took actions to begin and collaborate. And that's where SSP, Southeast Sustainable Partnership, comes into. And I apologize, I think my timelines are correct, but I think I might have gotten some different ones of 2019. Ralph, I'm looking at you. Oops. What's going on? Oh, I'm sorry, this like roller thing on the mouse. So anyway, you get the general idea of the timeline, fairly recent, but since I moved back, and just recently in the last year, Haida Central Council has made agreement with Spruce Root to
take on the coordination role, and that was actually not the job I was hired to do. But I'm really grateful that it fell into my lap, because like I can't express the just the opportunities that are built into the program. And I also should have built that in a list of different opportunities, but if you I've got business cards and I can follow up with any kind of questions. But thing from, like I mentioned, medical training, and then we've got other people in the audience that have worked on water quality monitoring, and I could probably call up any three of you and you could talk more about it. And I almost would like to just do that right now, actually. You guys want to come on up, Eric and Alexis? Yeah. Come on up, Eric. And so I'm sure you've got asked this question 5 million times, but what was your favorite project that you worked on this summer?
I believe my favorite project out of this year would have to be helping out our Grave Islands. We have a lot of trail building and weed whacking when it comes to trying to help our elders get around there, because during our Memorial Day, my grandparents, they couldn't get around, and I just enjoyed the fact that I was helping them. Do you want to tell them who you are and where you're from? My name's Alexis Copsey. I was the AYS crew, like assistant crew leader for Eloise Peebles, and I'm from Cape, Alaska. I was born here, but it's such a great opportunity to be here, learning from all of you guys. I appreciate it. Gunalchéesh. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah. All right, totally just got on spot, both you guys. And then we have Eric Benedict, and he was one of the Angoon crew leaders, and I'll just have him introduce himself, and maybe you can.
Yeah, my name is Eric Benedict. I was the AYS Angoon AYS crew leader, along with my partner Gabe Schoberg, who's not here, but I'm here in spirit. This is our second season doing it. It's sort of been a big introduction to Southeast Alaska in general, but also to Angoon. The community has really welcomed us in a lot of ways, and being a part of this has given us the opportunity to meet these incredible youth and get to do some amazing projects. And it's been an amazing learning experience for me and for them. And I'll just say one of my favorite projects from this season, we did some subsistence fishing. We had a beach seine in the garage at the Angoon bunkhouse. That's been sitting there for years, and we finally got it out this season with Jake Musselwhite from the U.S. Forest Service. He took us out to Basket Bay. We caught a ton of sockeye and then gave them all out to the community, smoked some, gave that out to the community. It was really cool. It was a really great learning experience for me. And I think that was one where I learned more from them, because we caught all these fish and I had never gutted a fish before. And I had one of my crew members just immediately started, Jace Bales, a few of them, Jace and Brennan, and a few of them, they just grabbed them, started going, and they taught me how to do it. And it was really awesome. So yeah, looking forward to more experiences like that.
Thank you, Eric. Thanks, Eric. Yeah, I just kind of called these guys on the spot, but I know we have more to talk about, so I'm not going to take too much more time, but again, just really privileged and excited to the next collaborating more with our partners and community members, and meeting more youth and building this in as we move forward in the Indigenous Guardians Network program. And I just kind of, there was there's some questions, and like each community has their different programs, but I just wanted to reiterate and like why collaboration is a good thing, specifically with this program, and a lot of it's sharing and leveraging resources, as we all know. And then connection to career pathways. There's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of opportunity for youth, and specifically ones that have been given this training. And I know that Alaska is sending, I forget how many, but Alaska is sending, I think around a dozen AYS members to ACES this year. So the conference, so that's pretty awesome. And then, yeah, co-management of resources and ecosystems. And it's also helping build resilient communities. This is probably my not favorite thing. Obviously, this is a story mapping project that the AYS crews do, and it's a competitive thing. I think real competitive, but basically each crew goes through and adds specific projects they're working on into this map. It's a Google map, and I'm happy to send out a link to this, but you can basically go through and look at each project that they've done. And so it's a really fun, interactive way to look at, you know, initiatives and projects completed and who's doing what and where. And so I know we're kind of short on time, but I just wanted to go through that, and feel free to reach out to me if you want any more information. I think that's about all I have. Oh, and I didn't add this, but there are a ton of partners involved. Too many to list, but a lot of tribes, and so thank you to all of you as well.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Very exciting to see our youth involved. And these are the starting points where we think that our youth are going to take over, eventually lead the work that we're doing right now and push us into the future. Really quickly before I call up Jill, and I want to give thanks to Jill. She's going to help coordinate how we're going to break out into groups and whatnot. And I also want to thank Carrie Lampier with Sitka Tribe of Alaska and the Sitka Tribe of Alaska for their efforts in this whole conference and for today. Earlier, when I opened up, you guys heard me talk about some of that short-term money, that $8,600. I also want to give acknowledgement and point out as well too that outside of the SIMES network, the Seacoast Indigenous Guardians Network, there's the Seacoast Trust Group, which is going to be integral in helping fund these projects down the line. So we don't always have to rely on soft dollars, be it from grant dollars. Those dollars can help fund projects that we see as priorities. And again, I want to put out there that this is an invitation to the tribes to really be a part of this development of this group with the signs, seeing that we can use those dollars to help push those projects through. And I also want to give acknowledgement to Crystal Nelson in the Healings Committee. So in this Guardians effort that we're creating this network, there's the Stewardship group, there's the Trust Network that brings in the funds, and then there's the healing aspect of it. So there's a lot of moving parts behind this group, and we're hoping to try to find the ways to bring those all together. So as this day goes on, you guys will hear a little bit more about that. So with that, I'd like to introduce Jill Whites, please. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And Marco, I think this is possible for folks that are joining us online as well. We'll put you into a breakout session to discuss amongst yourselves, and then come back to the larger group after we do this breakout. And so I think just to that end, what Ray kind of mentioned as far as the opportunities, like we want this to be available and helpful for everyone. And I was not involved in the initial survey that was conducted when some of these efforts were underway, but I think it's time to revisit the needs of our tribal communities and goals of our tribal communities, and for those who are not part of tribal staff, to be listening as to what your areas of expertise, whatever resources you have, can be helpful. But I think centering everybody around the question of stewardship and what that means, and then we'll focus in on current projects underway, many of which we've heard a lot about this week, but I'm sure there are plenty of others that have not had the attention at the top of the room. And then what are the needs, be that funding needs, capacity needs, equipment needs, et cetera. And then what are your goals? And so Carrie will kind of talk in a minute about how we're going to break out, but we are going to divide up into small groups, have those discussions. We're hoping that there will be at least 3 tribes represented in each of the 3 breakout groups. We'll then come back to bring forward to the larger group some of the common threads that we have kind of observed and identified amongst those discussions, and then have a few folks join us for a panel discussion to talk about those common needs, those common priorities, and potential opportunities to help those inform the direction of the Guardians program and how it is built going ahead. So with that, I hope folks online can see those questions. I'm sure that they can. And then I think timing wise, Ray, we'll do breakout sessions. Once we get settled, we'll probably do that for 30 minutes. So
sounds good.
Yeah. So here's Carrie to give you logistics.
Okay. Uamau, ke'ea oka aina, ikapono. The life of the land is perpetuated in sovereignty. That's how you say that in Hawaiian. I'm Native Hawaiian, and I'm so grateful to be here with you all this week. So I'm gonna walk you through how we're gonna work through this for the rest of the afternoon, yeah? So we've kind of been nesting, yeah? How many of y'all have sat in the same seat every day, just about? Been nesting, we've been nesting, that's okay. We're gonna not nest anymore. So if you're in these front rows here, you can leave your stuff, you're good there. The back rows though, we're gonna clean up our stuff, because what we're gonna do is we're gonna push some tables together. We're gonna make 3 groups. So before we move in a second, but not yet, these 2 rows on the back here, it's a total of 4 tables. We're gonna move the chairs in the middle, out and away. We're gonna bring the tables together and keep the chairs on the outside so we can work in as much of a circle, even though it's a rectangle, as we can. And so these are gonna be our northern tribes up here. So we've got Yakutat. So Yakutat, you're good. You can nest, you can stay there. Skagway and Klukwan. Daniel, you still here? Yeah. So we're gonna have y'all come over to these 2 tables. The next 2 tables that are here again in the back, we're gonna do some of our central tribes. So Huna, Sitka, Cake. Yeah, Cake folks are still here. Petersburg, Brandon, Wrangell. Yep, cool. So those tables there will be those central tribes. And then the next 2 tables are going to be our southern tribes. So Tyler, you're good. Miranda, you're good. So Kathan, Heidelberg, Háw'aa, Ketchikan, and Metlakatla are going to be back there. And Jill, please jump in if I'm incorrect here. But for those of you who don't work directly with a tribe, maybe you're here with NOAA, maybe you're here with a nonprofit. What we'd like you to do is pick a northern, central, southeast, disperse yourselves, please, if you would. And we'd like you to sit and listen and hear where maybe you could jump in, right? You want to add anything else on that?
Oh, yeah, I just to put this out there again, your guys' feedback, outside of the non-tribe people, your feedback, your input is greatly valued. I think these are what we're aiming for, to see how we can get more collaborative efforts, strength behind these development of the Guardians program.
So what we're going to do is we're going to aim for 3 o'clock in 6 minutes. If we can have our stuff cleaned up where we're sitting, if we can find ourselves in the northern area, in the central area, in the southern area, and then we'll go ahead and get started. You're going to be given some tools, some big paper, some markers, some Post-its, some stickers, anything that can help you kind of address these questions.
You rock, Carrie. Get going.
Well, we don't need, they can stay in.
Keep moving tables down. You're good. Folks on Zoom, you're gonna be on one group together. So you're gonna stay in the main group, in the main room. We're actually gonna turn your volume down on our side here. So we're not gonna be able to hear your discussions, but you all connect together. If you need anything in the chat, we got folks on this side monitoring the chat, so we'll be able to jump in and help you if there's something you can't hear or that's not working. And if you could designate a note taker in Zoom, we're gonna report back. And Kenneth, I know you're online here, so please help facilitate that and take those notes as needed. Thank you, Kenneth.
Testing that. Hello, hello. This is Rachel Myron. Wondering if those of you on Zoom here can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear, or I can hear you.
Hi, Rachel. This is Jennifer. I can hear you.
Yay. Hi, Jennifer. This is Rachel again. I just unmuted thinking he said the groups in the room might start at 3 or so. What do you guys think? Should we start?
Sure. This is Lee Lubin. And I think I might be more of a listener than a contributor, but I'm here and happy to help. I can take notes or anything that would be helpful.
Awesome, Lee. My name's Rachel, as I said earlier, and I too am more of a listener in this. I'm not a tribal citizen. I'm a community member. I also happen to work for the Forest Service, though I'm not here as a Forest Service representative, but I would love to hear from others on this. So I'll listen for a bit here and see if others chime in.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I think I pretty much know everyone on this call. I'm grateful to be able to participate in this. Like others mentioned, I'm going to be more of a listen only mode, given that I'm now with the U.S. Forest Service. For those that don't know me, my name is Jennifer. I am the Tribal Relations Specialist for the Tongass National Forest. I'm based out of Ketchikan, though I'm originally from Yakutat, and in a former lifetime, I was part of the Tlingit and Haida crew that did the organization of the Southeast Environmental Conference. And so it's been pretty awesome to see how much it's grown since that time. And during the conference sessions, I was able to take some of the resources and networks that I had established at that conference and take that home. When I went back to my hometown in Yakutat, I was the environmental director at the Yakutat Tlingit tribe for quite a few years and had been able to build up, the environmental natural resource programs. And so grateful to be reconnected in this role. At the Forest Service, I'm part of the Coord group that does a lot of the planning and discussion for the Seacoast Indigenous Guardians Network. So yeah, I just would like to hear from our tribal folks on the call, to field some of these questions and help strategize on how to move forward with these opportunities. So Gunalchéesh, thank you. I think it's always kind of awkward when we're all in this virtual space and knowing there's sometimes a connection issue and delays. So I would suggest maybe we just go down the list of participants and go over the questions. So why don't we just kind of call on someone to see if they want to kick us off and just move down the list. So Dennis, are you still on with POW Tribal Conservation District, and you want to get us started with answering some of the questions listed on the screen? I know connection out of POW can be challenging, or maybe someone had to step away. So why don't we just move down to next on the list? Kenneth, Brother Bear, are you on the line? All right, not hearing anything. Lorena, I know Yakutat always had some issues with the microphone, but love to bring your voice into the room if you're able to chime in. Not able to hear anything from Lorena, so we'll loop back, see if we can get connected in a bit. Let's move on to Ann Wyatt. Not sure if anyone's able to hear anything, including myself. Am I talking to myself here?
No, I've got you.
Okay.
I've got you, Jennifer. I'm so sorry. I think it looks like there's 3 of us with our mics on. Maybe the others have kind of stepped away or they're having technical challenges or
Yeah, no worries. I know it's always been awkward trying to navigate through this virtual space, and even here in Ketchikan, we have internet issues sometimes. So I know it's a lot more challenging from the rural communities. So
I'd suggest the 3 of us go on and talk, just Jennifer, because I know you and I know you have such amazing insight and experience. Although I didn't realize that you'd been fundamental in informing this conference, out of the starting gate. That's it's great to learn. and I'm pleased to hear you say you're seeing it evolve and get bigger and yeah, be even more important. That's awesome.
oh, thank you. Yeah, it was definitely a good learning curve, and just being able to establish networks throughout the region. This conference has been ongoing for going on about 2 decades now. So it started before my time at Tlingit and Haida, but even since then, I've really seen it grown into this bigger conference, and just seeing all the interest and partnerships and collaboration build has been pretty amazing to witness, and I'm grateful to see it ongoing.
Very cool. I wonder if you wouldn't mind, and tell me if this is, I know you can't speak for individual tribes, but in your position, with your experience and now your position as well, I imagine you have some general sense of trends regarding these questions. Is there anything in particular that strikes you, like particular, some universal theme of tribes project needs or goals? Are you seeing any commonalities among tribes as you talk with them regarding their needs and goals or projects? Just asking for brainstorms, but don't feel, I don't want to put you on the spot. I know you can't answer for individual tribes.
Yeah, no worries. I definitely appreciate the opportunity to kind of go over some of the things I've learned and been able to be a part of in terms of my insight with some of the identified priorities. And I think a lot of it has already been covered through some of the previous sessions regarding, you know, why a lot of us ended up going into the environmental or natural resource career path is really driven by, you know, kind of relates to this first question of what does stewardship mean to you? And that's just being able to take care of ourselves and our family and our communities by having a respectful, balanced relationship with our ancestral lands, and just knowing that really comes from, you know, respecting our ancestors, including the ancestors yet to be born. And so that said, you know, there are some common elements of, you know, that relating to broader issues of clean water, clean air, food security, making sure our customary and traditional resources are still available in abundance. And there are going to be some localized issues in terms of how that prioritizes within each local community. You know, there's always going to be differences in local capacity, as well as some of the challenges, you know, whether that's a proposed mining development or potential logging timber sale that may or may not threaten those existing resources. And so, yeah, I guess as mentioned before the session started, Ray Paddock did recommend that those participating in this conference bring what is called the ETEP. That is an acronym for an EPA Tribal Environmental Plan. And this is a requirement based upon tribes that receive funding from the EPA Indian General Assistance Program, the IGAP program, to help identify tribal priorities as it relates to environmental and natural resource areas within their community. And so this ETEP outlines, it's a living document, so it can change, but it outlines plans and priorities for about a 3 to 5 year window. And so for those on the call that are already familiar with this is just a good starting point to really identify more specific areas in terms of, you know, what can be built upon, whether through the Indigenous Guardians Network or just more on a localized basis. So for any partners such as the U.S. Forest Service or other agencies, that existing ETEP, the Tribal Environmental Plan, can be a good starting point to identify areas of overlap and collaboration, whether that's a funding opportunity, whether that's bringing together staff from each organization, expanding outreach on education, youth involvement. There's just a lot of things to look into. And I don't know if that really answered the question, Rachel. I kind of went on a tangent there, but
that helps me understand ETEP. Yeah, I didn't know what the acronym stood for even, although I did understand it was kind of in the light of EPA funding, but I see why he requested that tribes bring that to the table. So it seems like a good place to start.
Yeah. That said, it is part of a requirement for tribes that do have an EPA IGAP program. However, that ETEP itself, it doesn't have to necessarily just focus on EPA programs. And so there might be some ways to utilize that plan to see areas of opportunity to overlap with the Forest Service, knowing we have some limitations on our funding authorities. But that said, there's a lot of collaboration amongst our federal sister agencies, so to speak, and just figuring out how we can all work together and not necessarily be so siloed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that. I'm appreciating, as you say, that not necessarily being so siloed, because I think each of the individual agencies act in a very insulated, kind of segregated bubble, which is not the way Indigenous communities have ever interacted, right? So it's the more agencies can model their behavior and social behavior upon that which has already been established here through Indigenous communities over, these many eons, the more effective our agencies can be. And that is, to state the obvious, collaboration and shared mission building and shared stewardship. Yeah. Well, I don't know that we'll have much to report back out on, except Jennifer, your words have been really eloquent. Is anybody else out there? Do anybody else want to chime in if you can?
Yeah, if anyone's having microphone issues, maybe you can try to utilize the chat option. I just hope we can capture everyone's voices that want to be participating, but I know it's always awkward with these virtual situations.
I did my best to kind of jot down what you ladies were talking about. I need to make it shareable, but I'll put the link in so that anyone, and I'll even make everyone editors so that if anybody wants to delete or add anything that you can. I would guess that there are some mistakes.
No, thank you, Lee.
Thank you. I'm excited to hear out as the groups in the room participate. I so wanted to be in the room today, but I had a COVID exposure over last weekend and I just didn't feel I could be in a space and not put others at risk. So far I've tested negative, but blah.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. And I've been in a pretty similar situation where it just hasn't been feasible to travel yet.
Lindsay was just checking in there and as a co-host in the chat. Most people don't seem to have microphone access, Lindsay, but I'm enjoying the discussion among three of us who are on, and we're hoping others might contribute via chat. So thanks for checking.
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay. I really miss being there and just knowing that there's so many side conversations and other opportunities missing out on. But yeah, I'll have to connect with you guys next time I'm passing through Juneau, or, I'm here in Ketchikan for anyone that comes this way as well. Lindsay, I don't think our conversation really got to that level. It was just kind of an overview on what the ETEP is and what kind of opportunities in terms of broader planning and working together. That's definitely a really good tool for anyone to be aware of that tribes have in order to start building up those programs. And it doesn't necessarily have to be focused in on just EPA funded areas. Like there's other ways to bring in other agencies, like, you know, Rachel and others, for example. You know, when I put together the ETEP for Yakutat, you know, one of the things mentioned was composting as a priority, and that relates to solid waste, which is an EPA funded program. However, compost also feeds into local food security, whether that's community gardens or a commercial greenhouse, which really falls under the umbrella of, you know, USDA, Department of Agriculture, which the Forest Service is under, even though compost is more relevant to like rural development and other respective agencies. But there are just ways to look into these plans and figure out where those overlaps can come from, and also other areas of potential collaboration, like for a compost program. In order to feed into those compost piles, you do need a carbon base. So there could be a chance to integrate any of your trails crew that are thinning out an area, or, you know, baseline water quality. You know, water quality is another typically EPA funded program area, but when you look into the scope of broader fish habitat and climate change, you know, there are just other ways to bring in other agencies and folks to collaborate on some of these project and program areas.
Me too. Lindsay, I'm glad she's here too.
Yeah, hopefully it's helpful in not being too confusing, because I know it's just so much to take in, considering all the information that everyone's had the opportunity to be exposed to throughout this week. But yeah, I'm glad, you know, this conference is ongoing, and that, you know, there's going to be some other opportunities to continue the conversation. So yeah, Lindsay, maybe you can keep me posted if the Southeast conferences still happen. No pressure though. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Rachel and others, the Southeast Teleconference is another networking and information sharing opportunity that Tlingit and Haida's Native Lands and Resources do. So it's typically on a quarterly basis, but doesn't always happen quite as frequently. And it's just an opportunity to invite various presenters to share information on programs or funding opportunities. You know, if the Forest Service has any big updates like rolled lists, rule, or anything else, you know, just a good way to provide that information to a broad audience throughout Southeast Alaska, mainly targeted at tribal environmental staff.
I see. I have the sense that things are really, you know, in talking with Bernadine at Douglas Indian Association and being aware of what's going on with Sitka tribe peripherally, you know, and as well as Yakutat, just how things are really busy right now for tribes. I imagine for Tlingit and Haida as well. It's got to be, there's lots on in the mix going on right now.
Sure.
All these funding sources and the like, it's got to be a lot to keep track of. Yeah.
Well, Lindsay's on top of it.
Yay.
Yeah, no pressure.
generally, hi, I see your question, Lindsay. Generally, I'm located in Teneke Springs, Alaska. I've had the privilege of working on a telework agreement for years for the Forest Service as a seasonal on a seasonal basis. Right now, I happen to be in Juneau because I positioned myself here in order to go to this conference. I really wanted to be there for this day, but I just learned last night of a COVID exposure I'd had just 4 days prior and thought I'd better not. Hence, I'm on the call, even though I'm sitting in Juneau. But I'm an interested community member. I also work for the Forest Service and the Heritage Program, but I'm not actually here representing them. Jennifer's our official Forest Service representative with far more qualifications than I have. But I'm very supportive of Guardians, and I want to be an ally. So that's why I'm here. I don't know that I want to share that with a bigger group. I just want to hear what people have to say. I'm here as support.
Jennifer, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, this is Lee. I was just hoping you were there because I was hoping you would be comfortable talking since Rachel stepped away, and I did a lot of listening. So I was hoping you would feel comfortable if you saw the note from Lindsay.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, thanks, Lindsay. Maybe we can just go first since our conversation just really revolved around what is the ETEP and why it's useful for all participants, and then maybe, you know, the other groups can actually go into deeper examples of, you know, what they discussed and how this can fold into, you know, future Indigenous Guardians work.
Thanks, Jennifer. I wasn't sure if you got onto other tasks while we were waiting, so I wanted to use the voice to see if you're still around. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for taking notes, and definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your perspective and what you know. I didn't know about the ETEPs, so that's great.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I hate to interrupt all the great discussion that's going on, but in the interest of time, I'm hoping we can wrap up the discussions, the regional discussions we're having right now, and then reconvene into a bigger group. Go ahead and take a few minutes to get situated, to come back and sit down, and then be ready to have someone from your group read out the priorities and report back to us. And once we get situated back into our seats, we'll start off with the folks on Zoom to kind of read out their priorities, and then we'll go down the line to the groups that are ready. All right, everyone, let's go ahead and get seated here, and then I did mention that the people online will go first, but Jen will get to you right after the Northern Southeast group. So we'll have Jill kind of just go over the priorities from the Northern Southeast section, then we'll hit online, and then Central, and then some.
Thanks, everybody. We're gonna start with the relay to bring it back together. Ray's clapping.
Yeah.
So I had the opportunity to listen in to our Northern community table. And I will just say off the top, it is just amazing what these tribes are doing, the number of projects underway. And I think just as it relates to time, and we want to ensure there's enough time for discussion, that is a huge takeaway. There's a lot of work happening as it relates to stewardship in these communities. The common threads as it relates to needs and some of the challenges resulting in the needs for these communities. I think folks can relate to the need for capacity, whether it's vacant positions that they can't find or fill positions, as well as the funding so as to grow capacity for their tribe. Funding for that, but also funding for these projects, finding new sources of funding and longer term sources of funding to continue some of the projects underway, but also to help these tribes establish and accomplish some of the goals that they have set for their communities. And in addition to the capacity and funding, housing was identified as a challenge to bring staff to their community to fill these roles. It's a problem everywhere, but we heard that loud and clear from our Northern communities. And so I think that goals, again, being to have the capacity and a robust funding source to complete some of the projects that are underway and continue some of the projects that are underway, and also kickstart some of the projects that have been identified as priorities in these communities. So I'm going to kind of just leave it there. And I took really thorough notes so we can get back to specifics during the discussion, but I want to encourage that each group gets to share their findings. And Ray, are we going to the folks online first?
Go ahead.
Or next, I guess? Well, I mean, I just went, but should I kick it to them? So I think we have, I don't know, Jen, if you are reporting out for your group, but for those who are on Zoom, please share.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you verify that you hear me okay?
We got you.
Main room. Awesome. Well, Gunalchéesh, thank you, everybody. My name's Jennifer Hanlon. I am not with the tribe at the moment anymore. I'm actually with the U.S. Forest Service as the Tongass Tribal Relations Specialist in Ketchikan, though I'm originally from Yakutat, and I do apologize to those that were online. I know being based out of a rural community, internet connection can always be a challenge. So my apologies, I don't really get to report out on some of the good work that's being done in these communities, but a lot of our conversation online was really focused in on, stewardship and the main driving forces behind what is typically written out in what is called the ETEP, the EPA Tribal Environmental Plans. So kind of stepping back to stewardship in broad strokes, a lot of this, what this means for us in the rural community is taking care of ourselves and our families and our communities by taking care of the lands and waters which nourish us all. And a lot of the common threads that drive this Stewardship is food security and cultural revitalization, and just taking care of who we are and that balanced relationship with the lands. And how we do this, you know, we being tribes, I am so accustomed to speaking from that perspective. A lot of it is written out in what is called an ETEP, an EPA Tribal Environmental Plan. This is required by tribes that have an EPA IGAP program, which is essentially a living document that outlines tribal environmental priorities. And it's a way to measure capacity for a tribe to build up their respective environmental programs and projects. And the ETEP, you know, one of the great things about this tool, it's not necessarily limited to EPA programmatic areas. So other agency folks in the room and other allies, you should be aware that this is a very crucial and important planning document that tribes already have in their toolbox that can identify areas of collaboration and to build upon the respective programs in each community. Like, for example, you know, if a tribe has written out compost under EPA programs, that is typically a solid waste reduction program, but it also blends over to, you know, agriculture and what is more typically USDA funding through feeding into local food security, whether that's community gardens or a commercial greenhouse. And then another EPA programmatic area tends to be water quality, but that also can feed over into subsistence habitat or climate change monitoring. So there's a lot of good information that can be found in these respective planning tools that tribes have. And these will be a good way to identify ways that, you know, as part of the Forest Service, how we can work together to take care of these lands that have always been traditionally Indigenous lands, and how we can move together in a very impactful way. So with that, I'll yield back to the main room. Gunalchéesh, I really wish I could be there in person.
Thank you, Jen, and thank you everybody else who participated for that discussion online. I'm going to open the floor to maybe our Southern Travel Community group that connected. Whoever wants to speak for that group. And I can bring the mic to you if you prefer. Okay, then you want to go? Tony's talking to Prez. We can't interrupt that. Sorry. Okay.
Who's going?
Mr. Gallegos, I think.
Oh.
Are you reporting out, Tony, for your group? Elizabeth put you on the spot.
Okay, one of the things we got kind of sidetracked a little bit because I kind of brought forward the idea that sacred site management or co-management and is a really important thing that hadn't been talked about to date, but is something that we're really concerned about. And we think that the Guardians program, instead of just focusing on the environment and natural resources, that area that's been neglected and really needs some attention is looking over our sacred sites to protect them, to monitor them and make sure that we're being respectful of those, and others that utilize Southeast Alaska are respecting those sacred sites. So we need to go ahead and monitor the current conditions, just get some baseline of what the conditions are, and then to stay on top of that. So sacred sites is one of the issues. And again, I kind of derailed our discussion, spent quite a bit of time in our group talking about that because it hadn't really been mentioned throughout, I think, this week, or it's been brought up a few times as we've had leadership meetings about the Guardians program and what it could look like. But this sacred sites was part of our discussion. I think everyone was in agreement, and some people are pretty passionate that we know that there's been abuses and a tribal engagement in this area would be very appropriate. And there's a whole unique thing again that we don't have our traditional lands. Many of these sites are on federal lands and other places that we don't have control over. So we need to work as some sort of co-management engagement with that. And one other thing about our group talked about, which hadn't been talked about or maybe barely mentioned, was the Ocean Ranger program. And is there a fit in the Ocean Ranger program for tribal representatives to be that number 2 person on? There's several ways it could be worked out in the future, but just a consideration to bring forward that as we develop our capacity, there will be an opportunity for funding a lot of the staff in that could be guardians, and they're actually looking, at least during the cruise season, that they're riding on some of these cruise ships. So we have a presence there that can provide a little oversight. So that was a consideration. Is there anything else that we need to bring up?
Thank you for that, Tony. Yeah, that was we've got a few more, and I don't know if anyone else in our group wants to speak, or I can just mention, but we did spend a fair amount of time on the sacred site management, talking about having lack of resources for enforcement, and how restoration efforts need to happen 100 years ago, and education, educating the public on these issues were some good takeaways too. And then Carol Fletcher brought up the point of tribal permitting or monitoring of certain areas in relation to commercial fishing and charters of cultural importance, specifically in Christianson and Carter Bay. And then another topic was invasive species, not just aquaculture, but also shrubbery and knotweed and things like that. And then we see that a lot in Juneau here too. And then another big one was abalone. And I know we have been having some discussions about it, but getting some momentum in that area. And then another idea was tree clearing. And that's specifically like in, older growth forests or overgrown forests where creating a area of berry patch harvesting. So yeah, I think that's everything we covered.
Awesome. I wanted to put out there that in your guys' discussion in the southern southeast area, sacred sites was a big topic of discussion, and I just wanted to note that part of that agreement that we have at Tlingit and Haida with the U.S. Forest Service, we got those extra funds to assist in projects like that. Heidelberg Cooperative Association requested that 8,600, and they're essentially, I believe, going to be using that to push their sacred sites program through. So just another way of ensuring that that those dollars are being towards guardian programs. And keep in mind again that money again, we're going to continue to reach out to you guys about these priorities. This isn't just a one-time thing. We're going to continue to do so, and to hear what you guys think those dollars can be best be used for. So if you feel as an individual tribe that 8,600 is better used for, like, let's say what Heidelberg is doing with their sacred sites program, or if you guys feel it's used for better use for a regional effort training, we can do those things. So just keep in mind, you don't have to make a decision now. And thank you, Bess. Appreciate that. So I believe the next group is the Central Southeast. Who's the reporter on that one? Thank you, Val.
Us. It's us. Us. Okay, this is my attempt at not waiting for perfection. So if anyone was in this group, I'm probably going to miss something, so please do come up and speak as well. So for our current projects, we had Juneau, Kuna, Wrangell, Sitka, Rangoon, Petersburg, and Cake. And a lot of what we're all working on are, baseline data collection, partnerships and networks, kind of like AYS, training involving training of staff and our temporary workers, also involving kids and youth and helping them answer the question of how am I going to help my community, either now or someday, through building them up and just getting them in touch with science and hands-on sort of projects and all that sort of thing. And obviously culture, those things are the same thing. So all of those programs work towards the same goal. We talked about a couple tribal priorities on the environmental side for our communities, and those really came down to data and land sovereignty, protecting resources, creating partnerships with other tribes, shellfish testing, backhaul, solid waste, stream restoration, community greenhouse, garden, compost projects, and tech center, which is awesome. And then we've got quite a long list of, what we all need help with, which is one of them is to put tribal values into federal language. And sometimes that just doesn't work very well, but having those partnerships that we can help put all of those into document form for legislation. Many tribes only have an IGAP program for their funding, and obviously that's a 4-year grant, but it's hard to keep momentum going with projects when it's all grant funding, and it starts and stops, and sometimes you're funded, sometimes you're not, and the community might not know, is it happening this year, is it not? Also just funding in general, staff, workforce development, trying to find people to work the jobs that are there. Like, you get that money, and then if you don't have people to fill those jobs who really care about the community, then it's hard to make that money work as it should. Having help with writing grants. Obviously, we get a lot of help already, but just having more of that. Testing is it's always expensive. So getting more help with that and funding for that. It would be great if IGAP staff could be qualified samplers. It's a really long process as it stands, and so having more freedom to do monitoring instead of just baseline data collection. Cross-training with organizations like the Forest Service, getting more equipment like boats, making sure that staff want to do the work, feel valued doing the work, and are compensated for what they're doing appropriately, so that they don't leave. And then that project can keep growing. Also really just communicating what's happening at the tribe to the tribal membership. It seems like it shouldn't be that hard, but it can day to day when you're doing your job. If you don't remember to tell people that you're doing your job, they might not know what's going on in there. So just having more FaceTime, not just digital outreach, but FaceTime in those youth programs and a hard copy of something that you can pass out, maybe. And that's what I got so far. So if anyone else feels like I really missed out on something, please do come up and take the mic from me. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Val. I'd also just want to add to, there's a lot to think about right now, and there's a never-ending slew of priorities that we all want to address. And so with that said, I know we did a kind of a shorter effort that we wanted. We could make this a whole day's effort, but I just want to put out there though too, this by no means are we done reaching out to the tribes, to our partners about these priorities. So we're going to continue to do so. And again, at the forefront of that, Elizabeth is going to be one of those people that are going to be reaching out. So we're not done by any means. We're hiring another regional resource specialist to work directly with Elizabeth and myself. And it's not just myself, it's the whole Central Council Native Lands and Resources Division that's involved in this. As we know, it's not just one issue when it comes to gardens. There's several things. And so we see this all intertwined in a lot of the projects we do, be it the Transboundary Project or the Climate Change Project, or several of the IGAP projects that you guys have got going around Southeast Alaska. So just keep that in mind. We're going to continue to reach out. We wanted to have a larger discussion. We're short on time. There's 8 minutes left until officially the end of the Guardians Workshop Day is done. But I wanted to put out there really quick, Val. I noticed that you mentioned having traditional knowledge implemented into policies and things of that nature. So I just wanted to give a notice out there. I received notice, and for those who don't know, I sit on what's called the RTOC, the Regional Tribal Operations Committee through the EPA. We're elected by our peers, tribal environmental staff and tribal leaders, to sit and be a conduit to tribes through the EPA on a headquarters level or a regional level. I got a notice from our policy analyst, Rick Eichstedt, saying that, and I'll forward this on to everybody here, that the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy is reaching out to tribal leaders to essentially comment and get consultation on how to implement traditional knowledge into policy making and science making throughout federal government work. So just keep that in the back of your heads. I'll forward that on to you, if not today, tomorrow. Any closing comments, questions throughout the day? Anything from the staff that would like to say anything? I guess they're too easy. I appreciate being let off. Well, all right, guys. Well, again, I'd like to give a special thanks to the Sitka Tribe of Alaska, to the Wilderness Society, to our to the EP Hall caterers for the food, the coffee, water, and again to our presenters and to the participants. Again, this was all meant for you guys to ensure that we're helping build out these programs best suits your guys' needs. I also want to make an announcement really quick for the Sitka Tribe of Alaska hosting a function at 5:30 to 8 o'clock at the hangar upstairs. I'd like to give thanks to them for doing so too. This is to help extend out some of the conversations that we've been having throughout the week and to socialize a little bit and let loose. It's been a long week. Oh, President Peterson.
Hi, everybody. Sorry that I haven't been able to sit in with you all for the last couple of days. And I know you have an exciting day tomorrow out in the field and the beautiful rainforest of Juneau. I just wanted to say how much it means to us here at Tlingit and Haida to be a part of building something that we hope that we're a resource to our tribes, that we're building a network that we can hold each other up. You know, Tlingit and Haida doesn't want to come in and try to be the answer to everything. We want to be a resource to hold up our tribes, our partner tribes. And, you know, I have to tell just a personal part, Guardians is something that I've personally been a part of dreaming of for, you know, quite a number of years. My friend and brother Anthony Christianson, we talked about these things at Forest Service level and on, and it felt like we were just talking into the wind, you know, 15 or better years ago. And I'm really excited. And I think if everybody takes the opportunity to talk to Chief Frank Brown from Bella Bella, you know, I think you can really dive in and see how important this is to not only be protecting our resources, but that we ourselves are part of those resources. And, you know, having the access and the ability to care for our resources, you know, for time. You know, we talk about we've been here since time immemorial, but we want to do it into perpetuity forever and make sure that for future generations, what we grew up enjoying is there for our descendants to enjoy. So we thank you all for being here again. I'm sorry for popping in and out. That's not a reflection of how important this is to me. It's just how busy I am. So my apologies, and thank you all for coming and being a part of hopefully building a stronger network that and builds relationships that continue on you know, with all of our friends and allies here as well. So Gunalchéesh, Háw'aa. And again, President Peterson hit the note I was going to hope to say too. And I just want to give a special thanks to Frank Brown for traveling from Bella Bella to talk with us, to share his knowledge and wisdom and the trials and tribulations that they've went through. I'm hoping, and I'm sure a lot of us who are working on this Guardians development, that this is stuff that we can take and hopefully alleviate and cut back some of the times and the issues that, you know, in their development, you know, hopefully we can cut some of that and push our programs forward. And without Frank's knowledge and wisdom that he shared with us, I don't know where we'd be on that. So thank you very much to you guys down there. Really appreciate it.
All right, folks, last set of announcements. Smart. Everything is fine. All right, last set of announcements. For those of you planning on attending day 5, the SEATOR workshop tomorrow, it looks rainy, it looks windy, and those are the conditions that you work in all the time. So we are going out. So bring your rain gear, bring your boots. Right now we are going to the beach. I do have it worked out with the bus that if it's like real bad, we'll go out there, we'll spend a little bit of time, and then we'll come back. But we are going for it. So bring your rain gear for tomorrow. The next piece is we really wanted to give a shout out. I know some folks have to leave early because the storm is really coming in. So some of us who are going back to some smaller communities may leave a little earlier. So another shout out to Ruben and Skagway, Liz, Sitka Tribe, Valerie and Wrangell, and Carol for doing our emceeing this week. A round of applause for them, please. And for the 4 of you, we do have some gifts for you up here. We'll just do it right after this. And one final reminder is, it's not really hosted by Sitka Tribe. I just made the reservation at the one place in town. You can have 30 people in one room. So we're going to be at the hangar at 5 o'clock. Jump in. It's 5 to 8. Jump in when you can. Let's share a meal together if you have that time. And this is a shout out to our friends Carol and Christianson and Tyler and Coord. Make sure you're not standing around here and walk into the hangar at 5. Wow. Thanks everyone for your participation today. I hope to see many of you tomorrow. We're done now. No, we're not. Hold on. We have some raffle tickets. So we're gonna do 8 today. Everybody got your tickets?
All right, first number. Oh, if you didn't get a ticket, last call. First number 628-0494-494. All right, we got one. Come on up and grab your door prize. Quite the selection.
All right, next one, 628-0470. All right. 628-0478. Wow. 628-0506. Woo! Yeah. 628-0483. All right.
6280460. Six two eight zero 502. Ah, I think one more. Nobody online today. 6280452. Bailey, 0452. Going once. Six two eight zero 479. Oh, yay. All right, now that's it. Thanks, everybody.